of that because I was looking for it, but I will grab it today. Okay, this one thing. For the camera. That's why I put it to that side and put that side.
Yeah, but I prefer it on that side.
No, 100%.
Sì. T, 1, T. Speaker test, 1, T.
So I took it out, so I put it on top.
I put it on top. Because why did you put it on top?
What I think, what Volkswagen.
Yeah, because this is one. Yeah, I asked you it.
Oh, it's here. Yeah, no, but what took it out? Yes.
Asa,
It's a pen.
what a pen, yeah.
Because it was underneath that book, so we put it on top again.
Let me go and ask him. Because it's for the third aisle, because a lot of ants.
Sì.
Let's see.
need to check my schedule. I can't see it on the email.
I will. I think it was circulated during the weekend, not yesterday. Okay. Sekolah di Hon, bulan dari Jersey, dan Prolik. Hon sebanyak.
One, two. Testing. 1, 2. 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2. 1, 2.
You can recognize the name. You can recognize the hand, the minister. So we'll make a list of this. That is it. So yeah, it's quite difficult.
1, 2. Speaker mic 1, 2. Podium mic 1, 2, 2, 1, 2. Podium mic 1, 2.
I know the green one. Is it the same as the green one? Consider green. Oh, remember, Kenya has a register of considered green. So we've got an electronic. We've got an electronic one. So we don't need it. But in your green book, do you have a green book? So where do you, instances where there was a point of order, that's where you record that thing. It's not so much a ruling, but a point of order so that we are able to, we have a way of keeping up with what point of order was raised and whether they yes.
Sorry.
The House Chairperson.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Please be seated. The first item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Chief Whip. The Honourable the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to you and all honorable members. May I therefore move that the House, notwithstanding the Rule 108.2, which provides that the time allocated for a member of each party to making a declaration for the vote must be determined by the Rules Committee, taking into account the proportional strength of the parties, limits the time allocated to a member from each party for making a declaration of vote on any budgetary review and recommendations report not more than 2 minutes of the annual session. So I move that the House adopt this resolution. Thank you.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? I see no objections. Agreed to. The second item on the order paper is also in the name of the Chief Whip. The Honourable the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Chair. That the draft resolutions that the House notes that the National Assembly Programme Committee, acting in terms of Rule 208 on the exercise of its functions and powers, has agreed to adjust the programme of the Assembly to schedule the next round of questions for the oral reply over 3 consecutive question days, and for the House to note and adopt that. Thank you.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The third item on the order paper is also in the name of the Chief Whip. The Honourable the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, the third motion is on acknowledging that the scheduling of questions for the oral reply is regulated in terms of the Assembly's rule. No, number 3, so it's the one that said the draft, the House resumes the proceedings on the following bills, which in terms of Rule 333.2 lapse on the last sitting day of the 6th Parliament from the stage that they had reached on that day. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. Honourable members, the fourth item on the order paper is also in the name of the Chief Whip. The Honourable the Chief Whip.
That the House notes that in terms of the Joint Rules 161, one of the functions of the Joint Committee on Ethics and Members' Interest is to regularly review the Code of Ethical Conduct and Discipline of Members' Interest for Assembly and Permanent Council members and make recommendations for its amendments. Further notes that the Assembly adopted a new code on the 9th of May 2024, acknowledges that some minor typographical areas remain in the code as adopted, and therefore resolves that in concurrence with the National Council of Provinces, to approve for retrospective application from the 28th of May 2024, the following amendments to correct the identified typographical areas in the code. A, in clause 4.3a, after section 913, to insert C. And B, in clause 14.2, after item 3.1a, to delete 1 and to insert M. And under C, to delete the current clause 16.3 and to renumber the old 16.4 as 16.3. Thanks.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. Honourable members, the next item on the order paper is member statements. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement?
Yes. Greetings, Honourable Chair. As the ANC, the last week marked the end of the 16th BRICS Summit in Kazan, Russia, where President Cyril Ramaphosa had bilateral discussions with leaders from various BRICS member countries, including Russia, Egypt, Iran, and the United Arab Emirates. The summit was themed strengthening multilateralism for equitable global development and security, and ran from October 22 to October 24. 13 countries have joined the BRICS organization as partners. This brings the total number of participating countries to 23, with Saudi Arabia remaining non-committal. The BRICS engagement and BRICS Plus platforms are an opportunity for countries to forge greater and deeper ties for development. Together, the powerful bloc holds around 35% of the global gross domestic product, GDP, and 20% of world export. President Ramaphosa has noted that work has already begun through the International Non-South Transport Corridor, a multimodal transportation corridor established from St. Petersburg in Russia to Mumbai in India. On the African continent, the African Continental Free Trade Area will unlock opportunities for trade and investment for local and global businesses. The ANC welcomes these initiatives and believes that BRICS countries and friends of BRICS can use these projects to further connect the greater global south. Thank you.
The DA.
I hereby rise on behalf of the Democratic Alliance to extend our deepest condolences to the family of 6-year-old Amantle Samane, who was tragically raped and murdered on the 21st of October 2024 in Orlando, Soweto. We acknowledge the collaborative efforts of the community and the police services in ensuring the speedy arrest of the 24-year-old man that allegedly committed this heinous crime. We call on the SAPS and Home Affairs to intensify their efforts to ensure that all foreign nationals are correctly documented, and thank them for their ongoing efforts thus far. We stand in support of the families of Devana van Wyk, 13, from Elsie's River, Caleb Sears, 12, from Delft, and an undammed 2-year-old boy from Shongwane village in Limpopo, to name but a few, that have lost their lives to violence during the month of October. We trust that the SAPS and the Department of Justice will leave no stone unturned to ensure vindication for these victims, and that all the affected families find some form of closure. The Democratic Alliance reaffirms our stance that urgent action needs to be taken to protect the children of South Africa, and will continue to push for greater accountability and justice for victims of these horrific and heinous crimes.
MK.
Point of order.
Honourable Member, my apologies. Just take your seat for a moment. Honourable Chief Whip of the DA, why are you rising?
Thank you, House Chair. My apologies for doing that to the member. House Chair, members are crossing the floor and breaking the line constantly. Might I just request you to remind members to uphold the decorum of the House and not to break the line between the Chair and the speakers. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't see that, but honourable members, this is just a reminder that the open space between the left and the right is not to be crossed when this House is in session. In olden days, would even have seen as an act of aggression, so let's not go there. Let's speak to one another. Honourable Member of the MK, my apologies for interrupting you. Please proceed.
Somlomo ohloniphekileyo kule nyanga kaMfumfuzi ngo-27 sikhumbula ubaba uOliver Reginald Tambo oyiqhawe lethu lomzabalazo wokukhulula umuntu omnyama. Wayenombono nokuzibophezela enkululekweni yokungacwasi okuyiyona nto eyaba umkhombandlela womzabalazo wezwe. Wazinikela ukuthi kube nobulungiswa futhi enenkolelo yokuthi amandla akubantu. Namuhla sibona okuhlukile kakhulu kule ANC kaMnumzane uRamaphosa esikhundleni sokusiza abantu sibona bebeka phambili ukusizwa kongciwa abambalwa abanomhobholo. Lokhu kuqhubezela phambili ukuvuleka kwegebe phakathi kwabanotho nabangenalutho. Thina ke siyi-MK Party sizibophezele ekugcineni umlando nokuhlonipha umbono kababa uTambo ngokubeka abantu phambili. Futhi sisaqhubeka nokulwela abantu bakithi ukuze lifezeke iphupho likababa uTambo. Viva Mkhonto, viva!
Eva.
Thank you, the ANC. Order, honourable members.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC welcomes the arrest by Special Investigating Unit and subsequent court appearance of former Transnet Group Capital Chief Executive Officer Herbert Msagala. He appeared before the Johannesburg Specialized Commercial Crime Court on fraud, corruption, theft and money laundering charges. This follows a thorough investigation by the SIU, which uncovered that he unduly benefited from kickbacks worth over 26 million from IGS Consulting Engineering, which he allegedly used for purchases of properties and vehicles. These contracts were related to maintaining and upgrading high-pressure pipeline infrastructure as part of the new multi-product pipeline project, which transport various fuel products from Durban to Gauteng. In July 2020, the SIU obtained a preservation order from the Special Tribunal to preserve Msagala's pension benefits and assets. The assets included 35 luxury vehicles and 5 properties, which comprised 2 farms and houses in gated estates valued at over 18 million rands. Each day we witness the net closing in on those who steal from public purse and thus deprive our people and country a prosperous future. Corruption, in whatever form, is a cancer that we must defeat, and working together we will triumph. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. The EFF is outraged by the state of public infrastructure in the city of Tshwane under 8 years of Democratic Alliance governance, which finally ended under Celia's brink. The DA's removal has revealed a neglected city plagued by abandoned buildings, sewage spillage, and rampant illegal dumping, which threatens the lives of Tshwane residents, especially the poor. Under the DA's leadership, Schubert Park and Kruger Park have deteriorated into drug dens and criminal havens, with no plan to convert them into low-cost housing or student accommodation, both of which are urgently needed in the city. Mamelodi Township became a garbage dump, while Soshanguve and Atteridgeville turned into zones of unresolved murders and violent crime. Amid this decay, the DA administration entered into a racist agreement with AfriForum, granting them access to critical municipal infrastructure without a democratic mandate. The DA enabled AfriForum to provide services exclusively in white areas, including grass cutting and racially segregated security, and empowered them to use force against land occupation protests. The EFF is pleased that this racist alliance has ended and urges the new coalition to repurpose Schubert Park and Kruger Park for housing and immediately revoke any agreements with AfriForum. The racist AfriForum and DA must take their racism away from Tshwane's governance. I thank you, Chair.
The IFP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. The Inkatha Freedom Party notes with great concern the pervasive drinking culture in South Africa. South Africa's relationship with alcohol is widely recognized as problematic. The IFP believes that there has been a cultural shift from drinking alcohol as a recreational activity to functional drinking. This is evident in the popular names for drinking associated with each weekday. Alcohol is deeply ingrained in our sense of being, even featuring prominently at funerals, where after tears gatherings involve drinking to celebrate the life of a deceased loved one. Beneath this tradition lies a serious and troubling drinking problem in our country. What constitutes fun has been socially re-engineered to be incomplete without alcohol. The Enyobeni tragedy serves as a reminder that social influences often overshadows compliance, as even a 13-year-old had viewed alcohol as a primary requirement to having fun. The drinking culture is detrimental, as the consequences of alcohol misuse are extensive. It contributes to a rise in car accidents, resulting in injuries and fatalities, and exacerbates gender-based violence and crime. As the IFP, we believe that the issue must be addressed nationally. We should look at why the drinking habits.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
worse.
Unfortunately, your
Thank
time
you.
has expired. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. As the ANC recognize as members in uniform, the Army have a massive responsibility in safeguarding the lives of our people and protecting our borders. So it is very encouraging to also see the outreach projects in the community. Recently, in Kolosa's junior secondary school in Duchwa was chosen as a beneficiary of the South African Army annual community outreach program, because the Army wanted to make a meaningful and visible difference in vulnerable places. The refurbishment of the school is estimated to be more than 3 million, included renovated classrooms, a library, a kitchen, ablution facilities, and computer lab, improved accessibility features, and a repainting. The ANC believe that the investment made in the refurbishing the school was also an investment in the future of society. What is especially noteworthy is that whilst the Army had skills and competency, it could not work alone and had relied on individuals and business communities for sponsorship. We had given generously towards the cause, royalty and local government authorities, as the representatives of the people and landowners had been consulted. Such collaborative work must be commended, especially as the school has a rich history, and now with the refurbishment, we hope that it can restore to its former glory. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The DA.
Chair, we still have an unemployment insurance fund and a compensation fund under the umbrella of the Department of Employment and Labour that have failed South Africans in every single sphere. The Auditor General has condemned both these entities, and the public trying to access these entities have had no response whatsoever. Both these entities collect monies from the workers of South Africa and invest these monies on behalf of the workers into the Public Investment Corporation. However, many of these investments go into unlisted investment companies. In particular, the Compensation Fund has had disastrous investment results. In assessing a snapshot view as of March 24 of the investment, it shows that hundreds of millions of rands have given absolutely no return, and many of the investments have resulted in the capital being completely destroyed. A list of these denuded investments in the unlisted investees has been provided to the Portfolio Committee of Employment and Labour. The DA reacts with shock at this revelation. The Democratic Alliance calls upon the Labour Minister to assess the situation carefully so as to ensure that the workers of South Africa are able to recoup some of the monies that have been squandered. Furthermore, the Democratic Alliance calls upon the Labour Ministry to treat the workers' money with more respect and greater vigilance. Thank you.
Thank you. The PAC.
House Chair, may I just rise? I indicated that the PAC will not be making a statement, but the PA will be making a statement. Thank you. I indicated to the table.
Okay, my apologies. Then there was some miscommunication that reached me. May I then now recognize the PA?
Thank you, House Chairperson. I'm improvising. South Africa has a revolving door when it comes to immigration. Illegal foreigners are deported today and back again tomorrow. Deported using our taxpayers' money, 20,000 of them deported at a cost of 52 million rand, or 100 Nigerians at a cost of 3 million rand. The same South African citizens who pay tax and VAT have to deal with the same spaza shops that sell expired food and food that they manufacture. Only when a child dies or a child falls ill do we act. And then we want to talk about bringing in different departments to deal with the issue. Why are the departments of Home Affairs, Health, Employment and Labor not monitoring these foreign-owned spaza shops regularly as they should? Last week we heard that foreign shops are part of the 30% who do not pay tax, and we have no way of tracing them. And to add insult to injury, South Africans have to wait for years to get assistance from Home Affairs for IDs and passports. Incorrect information that is printed. A female is listed as a male, or worse, a mother can't register a child because an illegal foreigner has stolen her identity. But yet we want to fast-track Zimbabwe exemption permits and also Ukrainian visas. When are we going to fast-track our own people? I thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The South Africa's inflation rate cooled to 3.8% in September from 4.4 in August. This is in line with expectations of economists polled by Bloomberg, and inflation is now below 4% for the first time in 3 years. It's also second consecutive month where inflation came in below 4.5%, the midpoint of the Reserve Bank's key target rate. Following September's cut, another reduction of 25 basis points is expected, which will reduce the prime rate to 7.75. Cheaper fuel also helped to cool inflation, with petrol and diesel prices lower to levels last seen in 2023. Oil has been under pressure amid concerns about demand in a weaker global economy. According to Stats SA, the decrease was mainly thanks to transport inflation that keeps decreasing, whilst food inflation remained unchanged. Prices increased on average by 0.1% between August and September 2024. Fuel prices decreased for a fourth successive month and are on average 9.0 lower than a year ago. Price increases for vehicles also slowed, and the annual rate was 3.6% in September 2024, down from
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has now expired.
September 2023.
The MK.
Honourable Speaker, the recent move to grant visa-free access for Ukrainian officials by the DA-led coalition with the ANC government is more than a policy shift. It's a betrayal of South Africa's long-standing principle of non-alignment and solidarity with the oppressed. As President Jacob Zuma said, South Africa's sovereignty cannot be compromised for the agendas of the West. And yet here we are, with the DA minister not only aligning us with NATO interests, but also flinging open our borders to dual passport holders from Israel, a nation we have taken to the International Court of Justice for violations of international law. The DA's alignment with NATO is glaring. Over 75% of DA representatives have publicly expressed support for Western positions on global conflicts, including in Ukraine, and voted in favor of pro-NATO policies. Meanwhile, the ANC under President Ramaphosa claims allegiance to BRICS, an alliance which together represents over 40% of the global population and is our largest trading partners. Contrast this with the DA leaders' condemnation of BRICS policies, despite the fact that BRICS countries, including Russia, which alone accounts for over $2 billion in annual trade with South Africa. This DA-ANC-led coalition government under the guise of unity is destabilizing South Africa's role in BRICS and betraying our partnerships with nations that stood beside us in our own liberation struggle. MK demands to know if the ANC now stands with the DA's Western-aligned foreign policy or with the BRICS alliance, which supports a peaceful multipolar world. The time has come to prioritize the true interests of our people, uphold our commitments to BRICS, and end this coalition that threatens the South African sovereignty. MK will not stand by as our foreign policy is auctioned off to the highest Western bidder. Waza Mkonto.
The EFF.
Ngibonge chair. Nilalele nithule ningangiphenduli. Njenge EFF sizwa okukhulu kumangala ukubona abantu bakithi eSouth Africa special abamnyama indlela abatreatwa ngayo kulelizwe abathelabo. Ngo-1996 kwavela uhlelo lwe-RDP lokwakhela abantu izindlu. Lezi zindlu abazakhayo one room, akunamgwaqo, akunama-toilet, akunagesi, akunamanzi. Okunye okwenziwa lohulumeni wegebengu, nansi into abayenzayo, if kuzowakhiwa indlu abakwazi ukuthi bathumele osurveyor first, bayobheka ukuthi kufanele yini leyo ndlu yakhiwe lapho na. Okunye futhi abakwenzile, mangabe siqalwa indlu kwakhiwa, akukho lapho bathumela khona ama-inspector to make sure ukuthi le ndlu lana ezokwakhiwa khona awekho amanzi ngaphansi, alikho yini itshe idwala elingaphazamisa le ndlu na. Kwabe sekuthenjiswa abantu ukuthi ke manje ngoba imndeni yanda izindlu lezi zizobhidlizwa iqale kwabusha kodwa kaze kwenziwe.
Honorable member.
Mana kancane. And okunye abakwenza.
Honorable member, no, your time has expired.
Akakwazi ngisho umuntu ukudlula la baxabana day.
Honorable Mama Kaula.
Bandlululo lokuthi niqhathe abantu ngezindlu.
Honorable member.
Sehlangane ne-GNU amasela lawa.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The African National Congress commends UNISA for achieving an unqualified audit opinion for 2022-23. This marks yet another milestone for the institution, which plays a critical role in shaping the intellectual futures of so many students across our country, the continent and beyond. We can say with pride that UNISA is living up to its vision of being Africa's leading open distance learning institution geared towards reclaiming Africa's intellectual futures. UNISA, under the leadership of Professor Puleng Lenkabula as Vice-Chancellor and Principal, together with President Thabo Mbeki as the Chancellor, has done very well by consolidating sound financial management. Under the stewardship of the Vice-Chancellor, UNISA has managed to increase its investments to 16 billion rand over a period of 4 years. Prof. Lenkabula has catapulted the university onto the global stage by collaborating with multi-tier higher education institutions. The university is the single largest academic institution in South Africa, serving over 380,000 students. It has pioneered the implementation and optimization of 10 catalytic niche areas that are a significant investment in the future prosperity and inclusive growth in South Africa and our continent. The ANC also commends the university's investment in the recently launched experimental farm, which focuses on becoming a center for teaching, research, and community involvement. We also
Honourable
PO.
Member, your time has
And
unfortunately
I want to
expired.
conclude by saying, Bona, basebenzile, uThabo Mbeki no Vice Chancellor, basebenzile.
The DA.
Thanks, Chair. Public participation is for measuring the impact that it has on society, but the city has ultimately decided on the renaming. Public participation is a mandatory process, but it would have been a decision that has already been taken. Those are the words of the once former mayor of Johannesburg, Councillor Kabela Gwamanda, who was asked to resign due to a lack of confidence, and who was recently appointed as the MMC for Community Development, and was subsequently arrested for fraud. With just 2 hours to the deadline for renaming Santon Drive, a proposal that has faced widespread criticism from the public, and after DA councillors facilitated over 5,500 objections to the planned renaming, Gwamanda announced a city-funded event to meet with only one interested party. He claimed to have gathered 100,000 submissions in support of the renaming, despite many being identical, unsigned, unauthored, and lacking key details for proper verification. Public participation is a cornerstone of our Constitution. It is outrageous that certain politicians believe that people have no say in how they are governed and think that they can act without a clear mandate. An independent audit is needed on the renaming process of Santon Drive, which is clearly compromised by an individual already accused of defrauding the people of Johannesburg. The DA will submit this issue to government bodies for investigation. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. As the ANC, we welcome South Africans' filing of the memorial documents at the International Court of Justice to present what we all know is the ongoing genocide of the Palestinian people. Just over a year ago, the apartheid Israeli regime unleashed a vicious and new and updated ethnic cleansing of Palestinians in Gaza. The latest death toll as of today stands at 43,686 people, the majority of whom are women and children. The true death toll, Chairperson, is probably much higher, and hundreds of thousands of people are injured and displaced. We call for the immediate ceasefire. We call for a complete opening of the humanitarian aid, and of course, most importantly, an end to the genocide and to the illegal occupation of Palestine. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Good. I suspect there's no representation from Good for member statement. Honourable members, that will then conclude member statements. Are there any ministerial responses? Let me firstly go. Minister Montash, Minister Steenhuisen, Minister Schreiber, and then I'll take another round.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, members. I just want to object to one thing. Identity crisis can lead to depression. At this point, MKP is either a bird or a mouse, then it becomes a pet. You see, asinonyane, asitweba, kimankhani. But it projects itself as a continuation of the ANC legacy. That's why it goes Tambo. As the ANC, we still remain committed to mobilization of all strata and classes in society. Yeah, a confused MKP must develop its identity and refine it. Fortunately, we know the difference and the distinction between a revolutionary and a criminal, a vigilante, or an enemy agent. We know the difference.
Point of order,
Now,
Chair.
Point of order, Chair.
Yeah, I see no hand. Honourable members, if you do wish to be recognised, please raise your hand. Honourable member, why are you rising? Honourable Minister, my apologies. Will you take your seat for a moment?
I'm rising to check if it's parliamentary for this member make an allegation on a criminal when the person was talking.
No, Honourable member, I didn't understand it that way. I will check the Hansard and come back. Honourable Minister, please continue.
Unfortunately, I'm not insulting anybody. I'm quoting the same Oliver Tambo that MKP quoted. But because they don't know Oliver Tambo, they can't identify with that quotation. They see it as an insult. My last point, Honourable Chair, is the fact that leka yokufaka ANC kumcimbi wase-Ukraine liphawu nje lokuyikabelungu noyikabelungu nibazimelisa ngathi phumani kuloo nto siyanicela.
Thank you. The next Minister recognised is the Honourable Steenhuisen.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I thought it proper for me to respond to the Honourable Tambo from the EFF, because next week he may not be in that party and may have joined the exodus of the rest of the EFF into the Mkhonto weSizwe party. But let me just say this, that I'm not surprised that the Honourable Tambo and the EFF don't like public-private partnerships. I'm not surprised they don't like communities standing up and doing things for themselves, because their philosophy as a political party is that the big clunking fist of state must do everything for everybody, and unless you rise collectively, none shall rise at all. Communities are joining hands, cleaning their neighborhoods, and
Order,
making sure
honourable members.
that things work. And the EFF hate it, because they hate to see people doing things for themselves. They hate to see people part of their own
Honourable
liberation.
Minister, please take your seat for a moment. Honourable Minister. Honourable Mente, why are you rising?
Thank you, House Chair. We have raised this matter with you, that once the ministers start waffling, you must stop them. And you continue people to be incompetent on the floor. Can they answer the matters that are raised pertaining to service delivery that are affecting children and women of this country?
Thank you, Honourable
Thank
Mente.
you.
I have your point of order. The Minister may respond as he wishes. I'm not going to prescribe to him as...
Thank you very much. They hate to see people doing things for themselves, and they would rather see people languishing in terrible neighborhoods with terrible service delivery than us bringing people together to join together. I then want to respond to the member from MK about the Ukraine. And I agree with the Honourable Mantashe. Clearly you're learning your history from the wrong places. Don't believe everything that Ubaba Kadudazane tells you. The real Mkhonto weSizwe, you would know Joe Medise took them for training in Odessa, which is in the Ukraine. So please go and understand your history before you come here and pretend to be Mkhonto weSizwe when you know nothing about the real Mkhonto weSizwe and its contribution in the country. Thank you.
The next in line is Minister Schreiber.
Thank you very much. Let me add to that very salient point from Minister Steenhuisen, that as much as a third of the freedom fighters who were trained in the Soviet Union was in Ukraine. And then there's the suggestion that, no, South Africa must pick a side. We must not be non-aligned. It's clear that what comes out of today's member statement is the political illiteracy of the MK party. Have you ever heard of non-alignment? That is exactly what's happening. I salute our negotiators who have worked on this visa waiver issue, and we will implement the policy of this government. Let me also then say, there's this issue of conflating people who break the law, foreign nationals who come into our country, versus those who want to contribute to this country legally through tourism, through investment, and through skills. Chair, we must know that we are able to chew and walk at the same time. We will differentiate between people who break the law and those who can help us achieve the apex priority of the Government of National Unity, which is to grow the economy and create jobs. That is why we are implementing the measures we're doing at Home Affairs. We are revolutionizing this economy, and no one will deter us. On the other side of this issue, there are some members of this House who have recently suggested that Home Affairs must stop deporting people who violate South Africa's immigration laws. Can you imagine what will happen to this country if we send a signal and say, no, it's fine, you can violate the law as long as it's immigration law, and we'll stop deportations? We will experience a collapse. Let me tell the EFF directly today, we will not be deterred from enforcing the rule of law. We will intensify it, and we will deport those who violate South African law. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The last 4 members to be recognized is Ministers Chikunga and Creasy and Deputy Ministers Nel and Manamela. Okay, yeah, I'll revisit the order. I think Ministers gets preference. Minister Toloshe, I'll recognize you. Minister Chikunga, please proceed.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. We agree with the Honourable Member of the IFP on the issue regarding the abuse of alcohol, which we believe it is a problem. It is responsible for many social ills, including parents giving birth to children with fetal alcohol syndrome, children growing up without proper socialization, alcohol abuse being associated with gender-based violence and femicide. It is also true, research is proving that. People being killed on the roads due to drunken driving, and therefore the list is endless. The consequences of abuse of alcohol are dire. Indeed, as public representatives, religious leadership, traditional leadership, civil society, private sector, and every one of us have a role to ensure that we discourage the abuse of alcohol. And of course, we run campaigns in our churches and everywhere we go in order to remember that every social drinker, in fact, every alcoholic was once a social drinker, and therefore we don't take things for granted. It is a problem in our country. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Minister Creasy.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member of the ANC for highlighting the arrest and court appearance of the former Transnet Group Capital CEO, because I want to emphasize that corruption is never a victimless crime. Working people and those living under conditions of poverty are most affected when entities such as Transnet and PRASA fail to provide safe, affordable and effective public transport for people and goods because public money has been lost to corrupt practices. Commuters who can no longer use the rail system pay excessive amounts for public transport, and miners in the iron ore, coal and manganese industries are losing their jobs because we are not able to take goods to market on time. We look forward to the wheels of justice turning swiftly in this important matter. I thank you.
Thank you. Minister Toloshe.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson of the House. Good afternoon to you and honourable members. Just in addition to what Honourable Chikungo has just alluded to, as if the member knew this morning the Cabinet was dealing with the matter, and we are on top of it to make sure that South Africans, as we are going through very serious social ills, majority of time informed by the abuse of alcohol and drugs, this is going to come to Parliament for the Parliament's consideration very soon. We are taking this matter very seriously. We thank the member that raised the question. I thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Nel.
Chairperson, thank you very, very much. I wish to thank the Honourable Matafa and the Honourable Fasia Hassan for their statements. First of all, yes, we acknowledge the very, very good work being done by the Special Investigating Unit under the leadership of Advocate Andy Motibe. They're working overtime to ensure that we eradicate all forms of fraud, corruption, and state capture. Since the start of the 7th administration, the Department of Justice has forwarded 41 SIU proclamations to the President for consideration. 20 of those have been approved and published, 13 have been approved and are awaiting publication, and 8 are being considered. It's a clear indication that we are serious about eliminating corruption, bringing those responsible to account, and recovering the people's money from those who have stolen it. Secondly, Honourable Member Hassan, yes, the South African government has filed its memorial with the International Court of Justice. We will be continuing with that case and intensifying our actions in solidarity with the people of Palestine. Furthermore, we are also doing work on the front of the International Criminal Court to bring those responsible for genocide to account. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, that concludes the 7 opportunities for ministerial responses. My apologies to Honourable Manamela, who was always also willing to respond. The Secretary will read the first and second orders together.
Consideration of draft notice and schedule determining the rate with effect from 1 April 2023 at which salaries, allowances and benefits are payable to the members of Financial and Fiscal Commission, and consideration of draft notice and schedule determining the rate with effect from 1 April 2024 at which salaries, allowances and benefits are payable to members of the Financial and Fiscal Commission.
I will now recognize the Honourable Mashwanyane, the chairperson of the committee, to introduce the report.
Thank you, House Chair. I will stand on behalf of Honourable Mashwanyane. Honourable Speaker, members of the National Assembly, I today here rise to present the report of Standing Committee on Finance on the determination of the remuneration of members of the Financial Fiscal Commission as adopted by the committee of the 16th October.
Honourable member, just take your seat for a moment. Honourable Mente.
House Chair, it can be parliamentary. And in terms of the conventions of this House, we have never introduced a whole report on these tables. It must go to the podium so that all the speakers continue to do so at the podium. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Chairperson of the committee, will you please join us in front? I think the sound also carries better if the podium is used. Yeah. So whilst we are joined, please, honourable members, if you know that you are to make a declaration, if the party that is preceding you is busy, there's 2 seats, one to my left and one to my right, reserved for members who are next in line to make a declaration. Honourable Mashwanyane, please continue.
It's Sekwati House Chair. Honourable Speaker, honourable members of the National Assembly, today I rise to present the report of the Standing Committee on Finance on the determination of the remuneration of members of Financial and Fiscal Commission as adopted by the committee on the 16th of October 2024. Section 9, subsection 1 of the Financial and Fiscal Commission Act mandates that the remuneration, allowances, and other benefits of the Commission's members are determined by the President, with due consideration of the recommendations from the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers. This draft determination, presented by the President to the National Assembly in his letter dated 28 May 2024, now requires an approval. The Financial and Fiscal Commission plays an essential role as an independent constitutional institution mandated under Chapter 13 of the Constitution to provide expert advice and recommendation on intergovernmental fiscal relations in South Africa. By ensuring the equitable division of revenue across national, provincial, and local government spheres, the FFC work supports financial sustainability and enhances the developmental impact of government spending. Notably, the chairperson of the Commission serves on a full-time basis, underscoring the significant commitment required to lead this critical institution in upholding the values of transparency, equity, and accountability in public financial management. In its considerations, the Independent Commission reviewed factors set out under Section 8 of the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers Act. This includes the salaries of members of other constitutional institutions, the financial responsibilities carried by the FFC, and the level of expertise and experience required of its members. Based on these considerations, the Commission has recommended a 3% salary increase for members of public office bearers, including those of independent constitutional institutions, for the 2023-24 financial year, and has a 2.5% increment for the 24-25 financial years. Honourable members, these recommendations take into account the roles, duties, and responsibilities of FFC members, as well as affordability in light of the state's available resources and the current public service remuneration standards. For context, the proposed total remuneration for the chairperson of the Financial and Fiscal Commission stands at 2.055131, effective from 1st April 2023, with a subsequent increase to 2.106509, effective from 1st April 2024. The Standing Committee on Finance has given thorough consideration to this determination and has subsequently adopted the report before us. I now present it for the National Assembly's consideration and approval. I urge members to support the committee's endorsement of this determination. I thank you, Honourable House Chair.
Thank you. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The DA.
Honourable Speakers and members of the House, I rise today to address the critical matter of the remuneration of the members of the Financial and Fiscal Commission, a discussion that must be made in context with our nation's broader financial landscape and economic realities. The Finance and Fiscal Commission is a department who helps government make smart decisions on how we use public money, your tax money. Their work affects everything from your local municipality to national government spending, shaping our nation's fiscal policies. The compensation of its members must reflect both the gravity of its responsibilities and our current economic constraints. The Commission has suggested two changes, a 3% salary increase for 2023-24 and a smaller 2.5% increase for 2024-2025. However, Honourable Speaker, we cannot discuss these determinations in isolation. There is a bigger picture that must be understood. Firstly, to acknowledge the harsh economic realities facing our nation, including inflation rate pressures that affect all South Africans. Secondly, to respond to a balanced approach that considers how much money the government actually has. And thirdly, to align the rise of cost of living that affects us all. This all needs to be viewed through the lens of government's commitment to fiscal responsibility and efficient governance. While we talk about these salary increases, we must also push for something much more important, a comprehensive review of how government spends your money. Let me be clear on what we would like to see. Firstly, we must find every example of wasteful spending in government and put an immediate stop to that. Every rand wasted is a rand taken away from essential services. We need to identify and remove duplicate programs running within different government departments. It makes no sense to have 2 or 3 departments doing the same work. This is a waste of your tax money. Finally, all money that is saved through these measures should be redirected to where it matters most in your daily lives. Reliable, basic services you can see in your neighbourhoods. Think about it this way. If you found out you were paying for the same thing twice in your household budget, you would stop doing this immediately. And that's exactly what we are asking government to do, spend our taxpayer money wisely. The Democratic Alliance position on this matter is unequivocal. While we support fair compensation for public servants, we simultaneously call for the examination of all government expenditure, making sure that every rand of your tax money is spent wisely. The savings generated from this exercise should not disappear into the vast machinery of government. Instead, it must be redirected to strengthen the three fundamental principles of our society: our healthcare system, which requires constant investment to serve all South Africans; our education institution, which forms the foundation of our future prosperity; our social infrastructure, which provides essential services to all vulnerable citizens. Every rand must be allocated from our national treasury, whether it's salaries, programs, or infrastructure, must deliver maximum value for our citizens. This principle should guide not only the compensation of our public servants, but how we approach all aspects of public spending. By cutting wasteful spending, government can take these improvements without asking for more tax money out of your pocket. In conclusion, Honourable Speaker, while we support the proposed salary adjustment for the Finance and Fiscal Commission members, we simultaneously call for a broader commitment to fiscal reforms. Let this discussion serve as a catalyst for a more comprehensive evaluation on government spending patterns. Our goal must be to create a more effective and efficient government that serves all South Africans. This requires both a fair compensation to public servants and a responsible stewardship of public resources. Every rand should make South Africa better for us all. This is where we stand, and this is where we will continue to fight. I thank you.
Thank you. The MK.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. As MK Party, we value the importance of the constitutionally outlined mandate of the FFC. We believe that the FFC must be supported to continue playing its role as an independent constitutional institution charged with the responsibility of making recommendations on intergovernmental fiscal relations framework. We believe that this determination is essential human resource management intervention meant to ensure effectiveness of FFC in fulfilling its constitutional mandate. Honourable Chairperson, it is our submission as MK Party that the custodian of our national purse, the National Treasury, is the proxy of white capital and global financial systems more concerned with sustenance of neoliberal economic and financial policies. All this happens at the expense of development, at the expense of the development priorities of our country and its people. South Africa deserves services of independent institutions like FFC in order to expose and recommend appropriate interventions of the effective and efficient utilization of our country's finances. We are concerned about the failure of the national government to implement some of the FFC progressive recommendations, like reforming the funding formula for the three spheres of government, with a deliberate biasness towards strengthening municipalities as the key service delivery points for our people. We hope that the current poorly conceived DA-led coalition government will not worsen this situation, but support and ensure the implementation of the FFC's recommendation. Given the strategic and the crucial services rendered by the FFC, we believe that this determination, albeit below inflation rate, will contribute to the process and skills retention and enhanced performance by the FFC. Therefore, we as MK Party declare our support of the determination of the remuneration for the members of the Financial and Fiscal Commission. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Chair, let me start by greeting the Commander-in-Chief and President of the EFF. Keremo Shabi, we are behind you. They can leave us what you are here as a and the future is calling. Let me also greet the caucus of the EFF led by the SG, Commissars, Fighters, Grand Forces of the EFF. House Chair, we expressed our views in the Standing Committee that government continues to prioritize increasing the salaries of higher earners while neglecting low-paid public servants who face immense economic hardship.
Chair.
Honorable Mauto, can you please take a seat? Let's hear, where is the point of order?
The honorable member forgot to greet the Progressive Caucus.
That's not a point of order, honorable member. Please continue, Honorable Mauto.
Chief Whip, can you call your GNU people to behave? We are giving direction to this country, please. Public servants are bearing the brunt of rising living costs without relief as food prices soar and transport fares climb, effectively leaving them working just to afford the cost of getting to work. Our people work so that they can afford to go to work and nothing more. That is what we've turned our people to go to work, get paid, only for them to go back to work. These workers are left with no ability to provide for their families, educate their children in decent schools, access proper health care, or afford basic living standards. 6 months into the financial year, House Chair, wage negotiations with unions have stalled, showing a lack of agency from government to support these essential service providers. This suffering is made worse by high interest rates, hitting a society already over-indebted. Public servants and other low-income earners are unable to keep up with debt obligations, which further impacts their ability to meet basic needs. On top of this, they must deal with the collapsing state, a state that is failing to provide basic services, and now workers are forced to go to private sector because the government is failing. Meanwhile, high-income earners like these ones of FFC, who have already received salary increases, enjoy privileges that insulate them from these economic pressures. Many are asset holders who benefit when interest rates rises, further increasing the divide. They commute more comfortably, often pay less for transport, and have access to well-maintained infrastructure and communication systems, the luxuries that made their day-to-day lives significantly easier. We must now question the role of the Financial and Fiscal Commission. It is perhaps time to review its mandate and assess its effectiveness in providing independent, impactful advice to Parliament as envisioned by the Constitution. House Chair, thus far, it has been little more than a research desk for the National Treasury, offering limited guidance to address the urgent needs of public servants and the public. In closing, Chair, we reject this continued disregard for the dignity and well-being of public servants and demand more equitable fiscal policies that prioritizes their welfare. The EFF does not support this proposed rate. Thank you.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Our consideration of this report as the IFP is rooted in the IFP values and manifesto, which prioritizes accountability, fairness, and the responsible management of public resources. The IFP acknowledges the recommendations for a salary increase. However, we urge that these increments be assessed against the backdrop of the current economic conditions, including inflation and the fiscal constraints faced by the government. We stand firm on the principle of equitable remuneration across all public office bearers. The proposed increase should reflect a fair comparison with other constitutional institutions, ensuring that all public servants are recognized fairly for their contributions. We advocate for transparency and public accountability in these remuneration processes, fostering trust in our institutions. The IFP is committed to ensuring that public officials serve the people. Therefore, any increase in remuneration must be balanced with the public expectations for accountability and service delivery. The IFP recognizes the importance of the FFC in promoting fiscal accountability and governance. While we support the proposed salary adjustments, we stress
the necessity of careful consideration of accountability, equity, and public perception. We remain committed to ensuring that public resources are managed responsibly and that the remuneration of public office bearers reflect both their contributions and economic realities. In consideration of the issues we have raised, Honorable House Chairperson, the IFP accepts the report. I thank you.
Thank you. PA.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. No declarations from the PA in support. Thank you.
Freedom Fund Plus.
No declaration, House Chair.
Thank you. Action SA.
The Fiscal and Financial Commission has a responsibility to advise and make recommendations to organs of state on financial matters. Within this context of the FFC being an advisor on financial matters, as Action SA, we believe it is unacceptable that the FFC was unable to produce a clean audit report. The FFC should lead by example and not be one of the many public entities that are unable to produce a clean audit report. In the Auditor General's report into the FFC, the following non-compliance issues were identified. Payments were not made within 30 days of invoice. Disposal of movable assets were not done in a manner most advantageous to the state. There were material misstatements in the financial statements. If this government and Parliament is to take good governance seriously, there must be consequences when public entities are unable to produce a clean audit report. One area of consequence management is in the remuneration paid to officials within these entities. In this regard, and with the FFC failing to produce a clean audit report, Action SA cannot support remuneration increases to the FFC. There needs to be consequences for poor governance. It can't be business as usual. Action SA, as a strong advocate for good governance, cannot accept this report.
Thank you. ACTP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the FFC is a permanent expert commission mandated in terms of Section 220 of the Constitution to provide recommendations and advice to organs of state in national, provincial and local spheres of government. Now, the value of the commission is seen particularly during the budget and now when the medium-term budget policy statement will be considered, when it is announced tomorrow and going forward. And government is required by the Constitution and other legislation to consult the FFC on issues such as provincial and local government revenue sources, and in accordance with the Fiscal Relations Act, it submits its recommendations on the division of revenue before the Minister tables his budget in Parliament each year. So it plays a critical role. However, government is clearly not obliged to follow its recommendations, and then one asks the question why we are faced with almost what many refer to as a fiscal cliff. We have ballooning, spiraling public debt, and debt service costs are the fastest growing item on the budget. So clearly, the Commission must play a key role in the budgeting process. And this increase in salaries will, we believe, go some way to ensure that they have the correct expertise to provide the recommendations to government. Let us trust that those recommendations will be followed by government when it considers reducing the public debt levels and the debt service costs as the medium-term budget expenditure will be set out tomorrow. The ACDP supports this report. I thank you.
Thank you. UTM.
Thank you, House Chair. Siyayixhasa si-UDM le report. Nto nje sifuna ukugqitha apha ezantsi kwegoqo. Sithi into esingazuyenza kumane sixhasa i-Financial and Fiscal Commission ne-increases. Babe bemosha. Baxa bekurana la entity yabo incinci research office ye-National Treasury. Ufumanisa ukuthi every time there was an oversight visit, for an example, conducted by the Finance Committee in May last year. And one of the issues they discussed was that although the Financial and Fiscal Commission made strides in achieving its mandate, in recent years the office, which should be an example of sound financial management, has been beset by high levels of irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. This was also revealed by the committee report, where ICASA undertook that visit, showed that there was about 3.5 million rands in wasteful expenditure. And the challenges were the FFC could not account for some of these resources and could not explain or show appropriate steps to prevent the wasteful expenditure from taking place. Asizukwazi umane sizapha abantu babhatalwa imali eziduru ezinkulu kakhulu amanani esingakwazi wabiza baza phinde bathi bona ngoku emveni koko bohlulwe nje kulawula le research office yabo incinci. And okwesibini ingxaki esinayo ngalento oko sakhumsha kule FFC ya recommenda urhulumente uvela ngayihoyi iphinde ikhumshe kamnandi ibachazela uba mabenze ntoni afike ba uMinister of Finance neTreasury baphume left siphinde sihambe siniqhawula after inantsika budget speech course nilungisa ukuthi anifanelanga nicancatha kule ndawo nikuyo sesinengxaki yemali nje eMzantsi Afrika. Thank you. Dijilo ndiyanisupporta inle.
Thank you. Rise.
Mtshama isitulo uKensankari. Ri vandla ra Rise Mzansi yime ku ri no hi seketela exiviko lexi humaka committee ya ku langutana na timhaka ta mali. So we support the recommendations that are in line with what the President has recommended. Councillor.
Thank you. Bosa? Bosa? ATM? ATM?
No declaration from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Al-Jama? Al-Jama? NCC?
Thank you, House Chair. Incoming President Mashatile, the Progressive Caucus, the agents of white monopoly capital. I think what is before us, it asks a very, very valid question. What kind of government are we? We are quick to reward those who have, but led by people who want to abolish the minimum wage. Quick to ensure that those who have never known hardship get more. Quick to dismiss the needs of the many. What is being asked here today is that we overlook the cries of those who don't have, the cries of those who live on a minimum wage, the cries of those who don't get by. The NCC can never support this madness. Thank you.
PAC? PAC? UAT?
No declaration from UAT.
Thank you. Good. The ANC? Switch on your mic, ma'am.
I'm trying to.
Oh, you can speak, it's on.
It's on?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Honorable House Chair, the Financial and Fiscal Commission plays an important constitutional role in making recommendations to Parliament, provincial legislatures, local government, and other state organs on financial and fiscal matters as envisaged in the Constitution and other national legislation. Policy implementation, House Chair, without an adequate fiscal policy support to attain of the constitutional obligations of the state as enshrined in the Bill of Rights can fail to meet the needs of the people. Commissioners in the FFC are entrusted with the task of ensuring that they rigorously use empirical evidence to advise state organs. In our money bills budget cycle, the FFC has consistently ensured it provides advice which ensures that the fiscal framework advances the constitutional obligation to address the injustices of the past and ensure all South Africans have access to basic services. All these social objectives, honorable members, require the state to allocate sufficient funds in a prudent and sustainable manner. It is the FFC that advises the state to respond to financial challenges and analyze public expenditure patterns. The recommendations from the FFC have enhanced fiscal policy implementation and financial management in the public service. Commissioners in the FFC, honorable members, are highly skilled professionals who have committed themselves to serving our nation and contributing to its national development objectives. Before this House Chair is the consideration of the determination of remuneration of members of the Financial and Fiscal Commission. We note that we are in a period where our country is confronted with a high cost of living as the global and domestic economy recovers from the COVID-19 pandemic. We have observed improved economic conditions which will contribute to the lowering of the cost of living, such as the decline in the repo rate, which lowers the interest cost for consumers and businesses. The level of inflation has also declined to a current decline in the consumer price index at 3.8%. The Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers Act requires that the Commission take the sum of the factors into account when making recommendations to the President, and some of them include inflation, available resources of the state, public service remuneration levels. The Commission recommended 3% salary increment for all members of public office bearers, including members of the independent constitutional institutions for the financial year 23-24. The Commission further recommended 2.5% salary increment for the 24-25 financial year. Honorable Chair, this increase is below the inflation rate, but it cushions the commissioners from the impact of the erosion of income due to inflation and interest rates. As the ANC, we support this report to ensure timely implementation of the recommendations. Our fiscal position as a nation has resulted in a number of critical areas of spending, such as compensation for the workers receiving moderate wage increases. The African National Congress, Honorable Chair, recognizes the commitment and contribution of workers in ensuring the state functions effectively to protect and advance the aspiration of South Africans. We call on this House to support this report to ensure the commissioners receive what is due to them, but also as an appreciation and recognition of the patriotic contribution made by our commissioners. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Finance, which recommends, among other things, the approval of the draft notice on determination of remuneration of the members of Financial and Fiscal Commission annually with effect from 1 April 2023 as it appears on the order paper? The EFF.
Please note the objection of the EFF.
We note the objection of the EFF. There's an honorable member at the back, yes?
Yes, Action SA objects.
We note the objection of the Action SA. There was another hand. With those objections, the report is agreed to. We'll move on to the next one. Are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Finance, which recommends, among other things, the approval of the draft notice on determination of remuneration of the members of Financial and Fiscal Commission annually with effect from 1 April 2024, as it appears on the order paper? No objections. The report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the third and fourth order together.
Consideration of draft notice and schedule determining the rate with effect from 1st April 2023 at which salaries, allowances and benefits are payable to members of the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa annually, and consideration of draft notice and schedule determining the rate with effect from 1st April 2024 at which salaries, allowances and benefits are payable to members of the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa annually.
I now recognize the chairperson of the committee, Honorable K.L. Nsangoni.
Honorable House Chair, Honorable Deputy President, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members. The Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies, having considered the draft notice of the President's determination of salaries and allowances of members of various institutions, including the councillors of the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, ICASA, tables these two reports before this House for consideration and adoption. On the 28th of May 2024, two letters were received from the President requesting the Assembly to consider the draft notice of his determination of salaries and allowances of members of various institutions, including the councillors of ICASA, in terms of the determination of remuneration of office bearers of Independent Constitutional Institution Laws Amendment Act 22 of 2014. The letter stated that the Independent Commission on the Remuneration of Office Bearers recommended a 3% salary increment for the financial year 2023-2024 and a 2.5% salary increment for the financial year 2024-2025 in all categories of public office bearers, including members of the independent constitutional institutions. The President of the Republic has subsequently accepted these recommendations from the Independent Commission. It is against this backdrop, therefore, that the Portfolio Committee, guided by the following legislative clauses, Section 2195 of the Constitution of South Africa provides that national legislation must establish frameworks for determining the salaries, allowances, benefits of judges and Chapter 9 institutions. The determination of the remuneration of office bearers of Independent Constitutional Institutions Law Amendment Act 22 of 2014 creates the necessary framework to determine the salaries of office bearers of Chapter 9 institutions. Section 10 of the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa Act 13 of 2000, which states that the chairperson and other councillors are entitled to the salaries, allowances and benefits as determined by the President from time to time by notices in the Gazette. We therefore make the following recommendations. The committee, having concurred with the President's determination on the remuneration adjustment of ICASA councillors, supports a salary increment of 3% for the financial year 2023-2024 and 2.5% salary increment for the 2024-2025 financial year. This increment is primarily an inflationary increase and not a performance-based assessment. This is an important distinction for the committee given the issues the committee raised on the need for the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies and ICASA to finalize the performance management system and the performance agreements of the ICASA councillors. The committee further notes the ongoing discussion that the salaries of the councillors of ICASA are not market-related. ICASA is the official regulator of the South African communications, broadcasting and postal services sector, operating in a highly technical and highly regulated sector. The authority is competing with industry for critical and highly specialized skills. So this recommendation, therefore, is aligned to economic realities and concurs on the need to retain the skills, expertise and competencies of councillors of ICASA in a highly competitive arena. The committee further makes the following recommendations to ICASA: to speedily implement the performance management system as adopted by the National Assembly, and secondly, to put in measures for effective consequence management for councillors individually and council alike. The reports are tabled for consideration and adoption by this House. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you. I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. the usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The TA.
Thank you, House Chair. The ICASA councillors are highly paid, highly skilled individuals in a specialized field who play a crucial role. My apologies. The ICASA councillors are highly skilled individuals in a specialist field who play a crucial role in ensuring the effectiveness of the regulator. Therefore, on considering their remuneration, it was necessary to strike a balance between fiscal prudence on the one hand and not losing them to greener pastures in industry on the other. In so doing, the Portfolio Committee also considered the reality of an ever-increasing cost of living. In addition, the committee was conscious of not widening the income gap between the councillors and the rest of the organization's staff. At the time of the deliberations, the organization faced the prospect of a wage strike by its employees. We applaud ICASA for reaching an agreement with its employees and averting the strike, and the Independent Commission for making prudent increment recommendations of 3% for 2023-24 and 2.5% for 2024-25. The committee noted with concern that the councillors were working in an environment in which a performance management system, while approved, had not yet been implemented. We were encouraged to note that a performance evaluation panel had been proposed and would soon be brought to the National Assembly for concurrence. However, the DA is concerned that none of the individuals on the proposed panel seems to have any technical skills related to the work of ICASA. We urge the department to ensure that the performance management system is fully implemented with urgency and that the evaluation panel is fit for purpose. We also urge the department and regulator to expedite the freeing up of high-demand spectrum through completing the analog switchover process. The DA commends the committee for applying its mind to the matter of the salary increments, including returning the request to the department for clarity on certain aspects. This ensured that the committee was not merely rubber stamping an already predetermined decision, but satisfied itself that the best interests of all had been considered. The DA supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you. MK.
Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the issue of the salary increase for the ICASA councillors and staff overall. We as the MKP do support the 2.5% increase for 2024-2025 year. And this is in line with taking into consideration the issues, the economic issues that we're faced with as a country. Having said that, it is extremely important to highlight that ICASA in of itself has had a lot of shortcomings when it comes to strategic projects that are supposed to have been implemented. One of those being a program and a project that aims to generate revenue. If you're looking at the numbers that were presented, ICASA should be sitting easily at a position where it's generating close to 3 billion rand in profit, where it shouldn't be relying on National Treasury, for instance. So these are the shortcomings that we need to demonstrate and highlight and surface. And take into consideration that ICASA in of itself is an entity that operates in a highly skilled, highly technical environment, we support and we will continue to support the appointment of competent councillors, of which we are part of shortlisting, and that those councillors' salaries are also reviewed accordingly, taking into consideration that being a councillor of ICASA is not any similar role to this being a board member. But in actual fact, it is quite, it's a role that is quite consuming. We also then also call for the budget review of the organization itself, taking into consideration that it is an organization, as I said, that works in a highly skilled environment. With that, Chairperson, members of Parliament, we support. I thank you.
Thank you very much. EFF.
Greetings to the Economic Emancipation Movement Caucus, led by our Commander-in-Chief, Julius Selo Malema. House Chair, we must not downplay or hide behind this increase by using percentages. What has been asked here today is that we must reward gross underperformance, right? That's what they're asking us to do. And they want us to remunerate the ICASA chair over 2.1 million, and they want us to remunerate its councillors almost 1.7 million. As the economic freedom fighters, we reject incompetency with every bone in our bodies. And we do so because you just need to go and read the ICASA's Auditor General's report over the last 5 years. And if we had time, I would even highlight some of the statements that we get from the Auditor General. Even go and read ICASA's own annual performance report, and you will know how they have been grossly underperforming. But what we're going to do today is that we are going to highlight in this declaration ICASA's fundamental failures to South Africa. And this failure is to adequately regulate the price of data. And they have done this even after the auction, the spectrum auction. There's been no significant drop in the price of data in this country. In fact, we are ranked number 37 in Africa on the average price of data, and that is 33 Rand 27 for a gig. Do you want to know which country is the cheapest? Malawi. Do you want to know how much they pay for a gig of data in Malawi? 6 Rand 38. Then we have Nigeria that is ranked at number 2. They pay 7 Rand 17 cents for a gig of data. Ghana is number 3. They pay 7 Rand 35 for a gig of data. We even have war-torn DRC, and their price of data is 9 Rand 56. So, House Chair, just the fact that ICASA has failed in its mandate to regulate the average cost of data in this country, we should actually be here asking for the removal of all their board members. How do we reward these councillors and increase their salaries when they have us paying 26 Rand 89 cents more than what the people in Malawi pay for their data? How can we reward these councillors when they have us ranked number 37 in Africa for the average price of data? So it is a no, extremely solid no from the economic freedom fighters. We will not be part of rewarding any ICASA board members or councillors, as they call themselves, for its perpetual
Thank you,
failures.
Honourable Member.
And we
Your
call
time has
on all
expired.
members of Parliament who represent the
Honourable
poor
Member,
people and the
your time has
marginalised to
expired.
reject using our public
Honourable
resources
Member,
for
your time
glaring
has expired.
incompetency. Thank you.
Oh no, don't do that. I had alerted you that your time has expired. You must not repeat that. IFP.
Honorable House Chairperson, the Inkatha Freedom Party recognizes the critical role of the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa in ensuring equitable, accessible and transparent communication services across our nation. We acknowledge the efforts of the Portfolio Committee of Communications and Digital Technologies in carefully considering the draft notice of remuneration adjustments of ICASA councils. However, the IFP maintains that any salary increment for public office bearers, especially those responsible for upholding essential communication services, must be directly aligned with the measurable performance output and service excellence. The IFP acknowledges the Independent Commission's recommendation salary increase, but remain cautious about financial decisions that do not address ICASA's ongoing performance and accountability challenges. Remuneration of public servants and office bearers should be earned through clearly proven contributions to the public goods. The IFP urges the Department of ICASA to implement the performance management system effectively, ensuring that remuneration and retention are directly linked to councillors' performance. The party also advocates for an annual review of performance metrics to maintain alignment with ICASA's goal and public expectations. The IFP calls upon all stakeholders to prioritize efficiency, accountability, and transparent governance within ICASA, ensuring that this authority fulfills its duty to the people of South Africa with integrity and excellence. In consideration of the issues we have raised, the IFP accepts the report. I thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. PA.
Thank you, House Chair. No declaration from the PA. We support.
Freedom Fund Plus.
Thank you, House Chair. No declaration from us.
Thank you. Action SA.
Thank you, House Chair. A performance management system is effectively a job description. How can we pay people that don't know what their jobs are? This is not a bonusing system. It's basically about what your duty is. How have we been paying councillors that have no basic job descriptions? How do we justify that when we are cutting budgets for basic services? This is not about bonusing. And until they know what their jobs are, it is not surprising that they are not doing their job. Because with no descriptors, you will perform at 100% all the time. We cannot reward a fish for swimming. But this fish does not even know that we are expecting it to swim. How can we be expected to support increases when the basic definitions of the deliverable is not in place? Action SA cannot, in its conscience, support a system that promotes mediocrity. They have known since March last year, 14th of March last year, that they need to approve a performance management system. We're basically asking for the councillors and the chair to define their jobs so that we can measure them against what they have defined. We are not even talking about bonusing. We're talking about basic performance. Action SA cannot support any increase until they tell us that they understand what their jobs are.
Thank you. ACDP.
The ACDP supports the report. Thank you.
Thank you. UDM.
I state Mama Penkos.
Thank you. Rise.
So, Msamaistul, Nakeza. So, we support the increase, ne? But here is a disturbing line, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. So this is what you say in your report. You say that it is important to note that the entity is competing for critical expertise and skills provided by the councillor. Thus, such skills must be retained. That's a very disturbing proposition, because you might be giving an impression that the current councillors of ICASA that should be there for a term of 4 years will be councillors for life. Because if they have a critical skill now that you want to retain, then it means in 2 years, 3 years' time, you must still retain that particular skill. So whilst we agree with the recommendation of the salary increase, that particular sentence does not belong in the report of the portfolio committee. You can just name Tramashtul.
Thank you. Bosa. ATM.
Thank you. ATM doesn't support. Thank you.
Al-Jama. NCC.
The NCC cannot support. Thank you.
PAC. UAT.
No declaration.
Honorable Mahlatsi, I didn't hear that.
No declaration.
Thank you. Good. ANC.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everybody. Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members and fellow South Africans. It is in the spirit of the longest-serving President of the African National Congress and a leader par excellence, Utata President O.R. Tambo, that I rise today to support the Portfolio Committee on Communication and Digital Technologies reports on the draft notice determining the remuneration of councillors of ICASA. Just 2 days ago, we commemorated what would have been President O.R. Tambo's 107th birthday. A true leader and servant of the people, and a stalwart who fought for the liberation of our people and the African continent. May his spirit of Ubuntu, his love, his humanity, his justice continue to live on. Honorable members, ICASA plays a pivotal role in regulating the telecommunications, broadcasting and postal services in the public interest to ensure affordable services of a high quality for all South Africans. It also issues licenses to telecommunications and broadcasting service providers. It enforces compliance with rules and regulations. It protects consumers from unfair business practices and poor quality of services. It hears and decides on disputes and complaints brought against licensees, and it controls and manages the effective use of radio frequency spectrum. In the previous years, honorable members, we have witnessed the conclusion of the licensing of high-demand spectrum after countless delays which span over numerous years. Not only did the auction contribute over 14 billion rand to the national fiscus, but we believe that this is beneficial to the economy and will allow for the introduction of new technologies and services. Honorable members, radio frequency spectrum is a limited, scarce national resource. Its assignment must be informed by the need to broaden ownership to historically disadvantaged groups, and its use to be extended to a variety of services, including education, health, mining, etc. We hope that successful candidates from the interview process that is going to be underway in the coming weeks to recruit suitable candidates for the ICASA board will meaningfully contribute to better the lives of the people of this country, particularly as it relates to reducing the cost to communicate, which is an ongoing cry from the people in the constituencies we serve. The Portfolio Committee and the Subcommittee is rigorously going through the list to ensure that we extract only the best skill set to benefit our country. We also look forward to the work of the forum as constituted by ICASA, Domain Name Authority, ZEDNA, and the Films and Publication Board, FPB, to streamline regulations across the ICT sector by improving cooperation, by reducing duplication of efforts, and by addressing the challenges faced by the rapidly evolving digital landscape. Honorable House Chairperson, the African National Congress supports the 3% salary increment for the financial year 23-24, and the 2.5% salary increment for the financial year 24-25 in all categories of public office bearers, including members of ICASA. We do so with the understanding that while the fiscus is constrained, equally all South Africans, the middle and the working class in particular, are heavily affected by the rising cost of living and inflationary pressures on the economy. We emphasize that our support for this increase is linked to the inflation and not a performance assessment. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, the African National Congress would like to register its concerns that ICASA's performance management system that has been emphasized by members before myself here is not yet in operation. We implore the department, and as a committee, we will continue to push to fast-track this process and also call on the authority to do better to improve its performance, particularly around areas as raised by the Auditor General and within the Portfolio Committee, some of which relate to the lack of effective steps to prevent irregular expenditures as required by PFMA and Treasury regulations, financial statements not being prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework, and the lack of consequence management, amongst other things. The African National Congress supports the recommendations of the reports as tabled before this Honourable House, and we seek the support of this House to adopt these reports, and I thank you.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Communication and Digital Technologies, which recommends, among other things, the approval of the draft notice on determination of remuneration of the members of the Independent Communication Authority of South Africa annually, with effect from 1 April 2023, as it appears on the order paper? EFF.
Please note the objection of the economic freedom fighters.
The objection is noted. There's a hand at the back. Action SA.
Please note the objection of Action SA.
The objection is noted. With those objections, the report is agreed to. Are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Communication and Digital Technologies, which recommends, among other things, the approval of the draft notice on determination of remuneration of the members of the Independent Communication Authority of South Africa annually, with effect from 1 April 2024, as it appears on the order paper? EFF.
EFF objects.
We note the objection of the EFF. Then the report is agreed to.
Action SA objects.
Well, we note the objection of the Action SA. There's another hand. With those objections, the report is agreed to. I will now allow the Secretary to read the fifth order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation, on quarterly expenditure reports and municipal water debts to water boards.
The Chairperson of the Committee, Honorable L.J. Passon.
Chairperson, I present to Parliament the report of the Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation, addressing the department's expenditure performance for the fourth quarter 2023-24 and the first quarter 24-25, as well as the growing municipal water debt crisis. This report reflects the critical challenges we face and the steps needed to address them. On the department's financial performance, the department's expenditure for the 23-24 financial year was 99.8% of its allocated budget, which shows commendable fiscal discipline. However, The achievement of planned target lacked at 70%, highlighting significant issues that need urgent attention. Belangrike areas van onderprestasie sluit in waterbron en waterdiensbestuur. Verskeie projekte soos grootskaalse rouwater, konstruksie en damveiligheidsrehabilitasie het vertraging ondervind as gevolg van inkoopkwessies, gemeenskapsbetogings en hulpbronne tekort. Chairperson, we see a growing municipal water debt crisis looming, and one of the most alarming concerns is the 22.36 billion owed by municipalities to water boards as of June 2024. This debt has grown by an astonishing 151% over the past medium term, threatening the financial sustainability of water boards and the delivery of water services to millions of South Africans. We have seen the bankruptcy and disestablishment of Sedibeng Water, which was unable to sustain operations due to unpaid debt. Now, Vaal Central and Magalies Water Board face a similar fate. Within the next 6 to 12 months, if urgent measures is not taken. Without immediate and full payment from municipalities, these water boards will reach bankruptcy, jeopardizing water delivery to communities in the Northern Cape, the Free State, Northwest en Tshwane in Gauteng. Dit is baie belangrik om te verstaan dat wanneer 'n waterraad bankrot gaan, dit nie net die wanbetalende munisipaliteite raak nie. Die hele netwerk van kliënte wat op daardie waterraad staatmaak, insluitende die wat gereeld betaal, kan ontwrigting of afnames van dienskwaliteit ervaar. Ons sien reeds hoe sommige waterrade sukkel om vir rouwater en noodsaaklike uitgawes te betaal. Voortgesette wanbetaling sal ernstige gevolge hê. In efforts to resolve municipal debt, the Department and National Treasury are implementing standardized credit control procedures that could include withholding equitable share allocations from municipalities that do not pay their invoices. While these measures are necessary, they do not address the root cause. Some municipalities are simply unable and others are unwilling to pay. We need a more sustainable long-term solution. Proposals include a debt write-off mechanism for municipalities that demonstrate consistent payment behavior, redirecting certain infrastructure grants, and even budget reprioritization. However, these efforts will only delay the inevitable without structural changes in municipal finance management. Chairperson, delayed infrastructure projects remain a significant concern. Contractual disputes, financial issues, and even criminal elements, often referred to the construction mafia, have hindered the progress of essential projects. While the department has taken steps to resolve these delays, many regional bulk infrastructure initiatives are still lagging. Moreover, the last Blue, Green and No Drop report revealed a decline in the quality of reliable water services. This is not merely an administrative issue. It is affecting the daily lives of South Africans who rely on clean and safe drinking water. The determination of water infrastructure, lack of poor maintenance, and non-compliance with treatment standards required urgent attention. Chairperson, the committee supports the department's effort to strengthen its regulatory role through amendments in the Water Service Act and introducing stringent and norms of standards. The proposed establishment of the new national water resource
Honourable
infrastructure.
Member, your time has expired.
The department requests that the committee requests that Parliament consider this report. I thank you.
I will now recognize political parties wishing to make a declaration. The usual times for declaration of votes will apply. The DA.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, fellow members of Parliament. Today I rise to address the pressing and escalating matter of our nation's water crisis, as reflected in the reports tabled before Parliament. Despite the Department's commendable efforts to spend the budget efficiently, the completion of critical projects remains a significant concern. The fourth quarter report highlights a 99.8% expenditure of the allocated budget for 2023-24, yet only 70% of the planned targets were achieved. This discrepancy raises a fundamental question. Are we making real progress in addressing South Africa's water challenges, or are we merely ticking boxes? The completion of bulk water infrastructure projects, dam rehabilitation, and vital maintenance remains underwhelming. Key projects such as the Lesotho Highlands Water Project and Clan William Dam are significantly delayed. These projects have dire consequences, not just for the communities, but also for our economic prospects, especially in areas heavily reliant on reliable water supply. Honourable members, the situation is particularly dire in the Free State and the Northwest provinces. We have seen water boards like Vaal Central and Magalies Water on the brink of bankruptcy due to escalating municipal debts, which now stand at a staggering 22.36 billion rand for all municipalities as of June 2024. This debt crisis is not just a financial challenge, it threatens the ability of these water boards to maintain water supply and infrastructure, placing residents in these provinces at greater risk of water shortages and declining water quality. National Treasury has started exploring debt control measures, including withholding equitable share allocations for non-paying municipalities, and these are necessary steps, but they do not address the root cause, which is systematic financial mismanagement and poor governance at the municipal level. This is not merely a regional issue, it is a national crisis. If water boards collapse, the consequences will ripple across municipalities and affect millions of South Africans. We must recognize that this national water crisis is not only about debts or delays, it is about the fundamental right to water as enshrined in our Constitution. The failure to complete water projects and execute planned maintenance is a failure to safeguard the rights of all South Africans. In my home province of Gauteng, the crisis has manifested through failing infrastructure and deteriorating water services. The declining state of water supply systems in this province threatens not only the sustainability of local municipalities, but also the economic viability of this vital region. Continued underinvestment and mismanagement in Gauteng's water infrastructure places enormous strain on municipal resources and risks long-term water insecurity for millions of residents. Colleagues, as the government of national unity, we must prioritize the water sector as a critical area of focus. We cannot allow to see the water sector, we cannot afford to see water crises as isolated events limited to particular municipalities or provinces. Each one of us, regardless of our allocated portfolio, must take up the responsibility to advocate for improved oversight, transparency, and prioritization of water issues. I urge all honourable members to rally behind efforts to hold responsible entities accountable, accelerate project completions, and implement necessary reforms to stabilize our water boards. It is time to move beyond spending figures and focus on tangible progress in solving our country's water challenges. Honourable Chair, let this be a call of action to protect and preserve South Africa's most precious natural resource for the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. MK.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The MK Party notes with the concern the persistent failures in the department's handling of risk management, water infrastructure, and addressing vacancies in critical technical roles. Despite repeated strategies for improvement, these areas remain underperforming. Unlike the current government, the MK Party is committed to a rigorous, results-driven approach and ensuring that projects are executed effectively and evaluated transparently. The department's history of unauthorized and irregular expenditures, over 600 million in wasted funds, highlights a need for stricter oversight. The MK Party pledges to establish robust monitoring systems, ensuring that public funds improve citizens' lives rather than being lost to inefficiency. Our commitment to integrity will drive the establishment of more stringent controls over public spending. The significant delay in completing essential water infrastructure projects, such as the Lesotho Highlands Water Project and the Umkomazi Dam, underline the current administration's lack of agency. The MK Party, when elected, will prioritize the completion of these projects to ensure safe water access for every South African, restoring public trust in these institutions. With municipal water debts now reaching 22.36 billion, water boards like Val, Central, and Magalies face insolvency, putting millions of South Africans at risk. House Chair, the MK Party is prepared to lead the country towards sustainable water management, advocating for decisive, accountable governance to address the escalating water crisis, particularly in provinces served by struggling water boards. Our proposed approach involves enforcing fiscal accountability at the municipal level. The MK Party will push for national government intervention where municipalities fail to meet their financial obligations, enforcing stringent financial controls and ring-fencing funds for water service to prevent further mismanagement. Transparency will be core component with the regular audits on municipal debt and public reporting on debt recovery efforts. To secure future water access, the MK Party emphasizes targeted infrastructure investment with a strong focus on maintenance. Further, we advocate for empowering water boards through legislation, granting them greater autonomy to collect debts. We will also establish a dedicated task force to oversee water supply and infrastructure projects, ensuring that South Africa's water resources are protected for future generations. As a water-scarce country, South Africa must manage the critical resource responsibly. The MK Party rejects the government's current approach of granting water licenses to a selected few, often favoring large agricultural users at the expenses of local communities downstream. Water should be treated as a national resource managed in the public best interest. We recognize water as a basic human right, therefore no household should be left without access to water. Regardless of financial circumstances, the MK Party will fight against indiscriminate water cutoffs, especially to schools and vulnerable communities, and challenge in court any credit control measures that violate these principles. The MK Party rejects this report.
Thank you. EFF.
No, thanks so much. Rekitjes vaka kidumedishe boetapele jwa economic freedom fighters. Jo bo eteletse go pele ke mo president wa rena Morena Julius Sello Malema ga mmogo le sefepi segolwane sa rena Morena Marshall Dlamini. Chairperson, the economic freedom fighters reaffirm its commitment to the provision of quality water to all, particularly to the indigent household in this country. To do so, we need a functioning department and more specifically, properly managed water boards across the country. The report before us today demonstrates the depth of mismanagement of this water board, coupled with almost treasonous mismanagement of the water provision function in municipalities across the country. Several water boards, including the Val Central and the Magalies water boards, are on the brink of bankruptcy within the next 6 to 12 months. The Amadola Water Board had also faced these severe challenges, with the ministry failing to stabilize its operation, leading to increased dysfunctionality. This negligence disproportionately affects vulnerable population, including the poor, the elderly, and children who rely on consistent water access. The so-called GNU has done nothing to alleviate this crisis. Instead, it continues to protect the interests of the privileged few, while perpetuating the same corrupt practices that have long plagued our municipalities. The lack of coordinated action across various government portfolios hinders any meaningful progress. It is imperative that we adopt radical solutions to this crisis. We must consider scrapping the existing debts owed by consumers to municipalities, enabling a fresh start. This approach will facilitate better monitoring of those who genuinely cannot pay due to financial constraints. Therefore, as the economic freedom fighters, we demand a thorough investigation into the financial mismanagement of water boards and the municipalities responsible for their debts. Urgent implementation of effective rate collection mechanism targeting major water users to stabilize municipal finances, and a comprehensive plan for the Department of Water and Sanitation to address and alleviate the debt crisis faced by the water boards. We need a capable government that will monitor and assess if all people in this country have reliable water as a basic right under our Constitution, not a government that engages in blame shifting instead of facilitating solutions. The time for empty promises is over. Our people deserve effective water boards that prioritize the needs of all South Africans, not just a privileged few. Let us act decisively before it is too late. The EFF rejects this report. Thank you.
IFP.
Thank you so much, Honorable House Chairperson. The IFP welcomes the fact that the 2023-2024 fourth quarter reported an expenditure of 99.8% of the adjusted allocated budget and a 70% achievement of the planned targets. However, we express concern over the failure to achieve critical targets, such as the implementation of the risk management plan. Furthermore, it must be emphasized that the delays in key infrastructure projects of a previous resource, like water, are unacceptable. This is because the IFP has always been resolute in its position that water delivery, above all, needs to be managed by those who are able to be held accountable, so that we may ensure at minimum we deliver on basic human and constitutional rights. The IFP notes with great concern that municipal water debt owed to water boards has reached 22.36 billion. One of the implications of this debt should be underestimated, as it is important to recognize that not all municipalities are failing to make payments. However, if a water board were to go bankrupt and cease operations, it would halt the water supply to all municipal customers, not just those that are not paying. Recommendation 516.5 is worth noting. It is important that step forward towards fixing water issues in South Africa as it seeks accountability by requiring the department provide an action plan for the acceleration of the implementation of delayed infrastructure projects. In conclusion, the IFP is committed to careful monitoring the performance of this department and will not hesitate to demand accountability. Honorable House Chairperson, unlike the self-eating so-called progressive
your
caucus,
time is now
the IFP
expired.
supports the report. Thank you.
The Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The debt crisis is not only going to lead to bankruptcy, as we heard, of the water boards such as Vaal and Magalies Water. This would also mean that the boards cannot supply anyone with water anymore. And what is worse is that it is the people who pay for water who would also be affected by this. This is unfair and unacceptable. How can the entirety of the budget be spent but the entirety of the targets are not met? The unwillingness of those municipalities, as we've heard from the chairperson, to pay their water debt must be met with harsh consequences. I'm from Kimberley in the Northern Cape. Not only does the water taste bad, but more often than not, we have a total water shutdown of 7 days or more to fix leaking pipes and infrastructure. We then expect senior citizens to carry water buckets to and fro. And if you don't have a JoJo tank, then you are on your own. What about women who are on their menstrual cycles, mothers with newborn babies, children at schools? And then we preach about good hygiene, but we don't supply consistent and clean water. In Kimberley, for example, we should have separated the two main pipelines years ago so that a shutdown to one doesn't affect the other. But even after all the total shutdowns, we find that the pipes leak again. So what are we actually doing? We are dancing around issues that have simple solutions. A serious intervention and overhaul is required, and more importantly, investigations into the powers that be at the local municipality level that allow such atrocities. And we also urge Minister Majondina to intervene swiftly and with harsh action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The FF Plus.
Agbare huisvoorsitter, ons almal weet dat Suid-Afrika 'n waterskaars land is. Dat Suid-Afrika in baie groot gedeeltes daarvan eintlik 'n semi-woestynagtige land is. En met ander woorde is water skaars en kosbaar. Ons weet ook dat water noodsaaklik is. Dat 'n mens nie sonder water kan leef nie. Ons weet ook dat water 'n basiese grondwetlike reg is, die toegang tot suiwer skoon water. Maar tog, agbare huisvoorsitter, gaan 50% van ons gesuiwerde water verlore weens swak infrastruktuur en veral lekkasies. En die oorsaak hiervoor is al in hierdie huis genoem vroeër, en dit is meesal op munisipale vlak waar daar swak finansiële administrasie plaasvind, waar daar 'n totale tekort aan beplanning is, veral met betrekking tot infrastruktuur en instandhouding. Munisipaliteite, agbare huisvoorsitter, misluk in hul sorgsaamheidsplig teenoor die inwoners van Suid-Afrika. Hulle misluk omdat daar nie 'n politieke wil is om werklik aan hierdie krisis aandag te gee nie. Daar is ook nie verantwoordbaarheid nie. Daar is 'n tekort aan kundigheid, veral wat waterwese ingenieurs betref. En dit lei tot infrastruktuur wat verouderd is en instandhouding wat nie gedoen word nie. 64% van die land se watersuiweringsaanlegte is wanfunksioneel. En rou riool loop in ons skaars waterbronne in. Ons moet ernstig raak oor watersekerheid. En ons kan nie net meer daaroor praat nie. Daar sal werklike stappe moet neem, anders kom hier een van die grootste krisisse ooit. Ek dank u.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Action SA.
Honourable House Chairperson, Ministers, Deputy Ministers and Honourable Members, Action SA wishes to highlight its grave concern over the devastating debt crisis experienced by water boards, which has ballooned over the past several years to unprecedented levels, with an average increase of 151% between 2019 and 2024. As it stands, the municipal debt owed to water boards stands at a staggering 22.36 billion. As one can imagine, the debt crisis not only devastating to the cash flow of water boards, but it also negatively affects the entire water value chain. With the imminent bankruptcy faced by Vaal Central and Magalies water boards within the next 6 to 12 months, it threatens the delivery of services to residents in their respective jurisdictions and job losses. Suffice to say that the magnitude of this problem is devastating. However, as Action SA, We were encouraged earlier today in the Portfolio Committee for Water and Sanitation to see that there is intergovernmental efforts to ensure that these issues are dealt with sufficiently. We welcome the debt relief mechanism that's been implemented to ensure that the Water Board's balance sheet is healthy again, so that it's able to inspire investor confidence and ensure that the board is self-sustaining. We must, however, caution that with a culture of non-payment that has permeated for decades and years, the department must keep a sharp eye on these municipalities that are chronic defaulters, namely Machabeng and Kopanong, to ensure that we do not find ourselves in the same situation years down the line. Further to this, we ask that the department must prioritize with immediate effect the restoration of distribution channels to address the significant loss of non-revenue water. It is self-defeating to continuously build new catchment infrastructure while water does not reach the taps of our people. Action SA supports this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP shares the deep concerns about the enormity of the water crisis facing our nation. There is an urgent need for each one of us to accept responsibility to ensure that we exercise oversight, and whilst National Treasury is trying to intervene and may retain parts of the equitable share or have other debt relief measures, we as elected members of Parliament need to ensure that we do our part in ensuring accountability. It is not good enough to see underperforming national, provincial and local authorities, particularly local authorities, when it comes to the recovery of rates, when it comes to the recovery of debts and payments to water boards and water service authorities. It is astonishing that the municipal debt has grown to 22.36 billion rand, and this is a crisis that the country is facing. Far more needs to be done to ensure that consumers who make use of water pay for that debt, and that municipalities then are able to pay the water board and water authorities. Clearly, we all know, and it has been said here, that access to clean and safe drinking water is a human right. Yet, recent reports have shown a decline in the quality of water provided to consumers. And so, Honourable Minister, you have got many challenges facing you, but we do believe that you're up to the task of solving these crises in the water situation facing our nation. And from the ACDP's perspective, we believe we need stewardship of our water resources. We need to look after it. It is disgraceful that 50% of our water supply is wasted, and we need to ensure that consumers, that each one of us takes greater care of our water provision and water supplies in our nation. The ACDP will support this report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM. Rise.
Someone left their phone here. Someone left their phone here. Na kensa mtroma stulu. Holobje. Antava ninyike a declaration ya meni email. Marante no ingen tunela kuswa nawe. Yukule sinlawa kusubulabula kondane nawe. So, holobje mantashe ota toloka. Atoloka langwe. So, a report lay. One of the things that I find it very lacking is that it's too general. And when we deal with the water issues in this country, we tend to generalize. We always speak in general terms. The people that are collapsing the water infrastructure, you know, when you say it's a municipality, it's as if it's something you can't see. Some of them, we know them. They are stealing the future because there's a direct link to the municipalities that are corrupt, with corrupt individuals, corrupt municipal managers, to those ones that are not paying the water boards. That's number one. The second one, which goes to the chairperson, you know, when I was reading your recommendation, chairperson of the portfolio committee, so in the body of the report, you talk about the eradication of the bucket toilet system. You talk about it in the report. It's there, Minister. I think you have seen it. But it's not included in the recommendations. So I was here before when sanitation was still in human settlement. We were talking about the Free State 10 years ago. It's 2024. We are still talking about the bucket toilet system in the Free State. And the portfolio committee is saying nothing about it. So, all of them.
Honourable Member, your time has now expired. Rosa? ATM?
The ATM supports. Thank you.
Thank you. Al-Jama? The NCC? The PAC? UAT?
No declaration.
Good. The ANC?
Thank you, Chair, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, colleagues. The African National Congress fully supports the report of the Portfolio Committee of Water and Sanitation on quarterly expenditure reports and the municipal water debts to water boards dated 17 September. As the African National Congress, we believe that water and sanitation are key aspects of human development and human dignity. We have, over the years, strived to realize substantive freedom and democracy by prioritizing expanding water and sanitation services to all citizens. The ANC-led government has progressively expanded access to water and sanitation infrastructure services through the country. The 2022 census report is a clear testament to the significant work the ANC-led government has done over the last 30 years of democracy, enabling 89% of South African households to have access to potable water and 84% to have adequate sanitation services. Indeed, the ANC-led democratic government has made significant progress, but there is still much more work to fully realize this crucial constitutional rights that enhance South Africa's quality of life. Over the past few years, there have been significant improvement in the water and sanitation sector, both in terms of non-financial and financial performance, audit outcomes, and good governance, which, as this August House, must acknowledge and appreciate. For instance, in terms of non-financial and financial performance, the department and its entities managed to achieve 66% and 86% respectively for 2021-22 financial year, while for the year under review, they managed to achieve 70 and 99.8%. In short, the department underspent over 2 million across the department's program during 2021-22 financial year. At present, the department has underspent by 44.3 million, a drastic decline indicating progress. Despite the significant achievement made by the department, we are equally concerned about the areas of underperformance, particularly in relation to delays in the implementation of major bulk water and sanitation infrastructure. These delays can be attributed to various factors such as poor performance by contractors, poor planning and project management within the department, the negative impact of community protests and construction contracting demands, among other causal factors. The African National Congress expresses confidence in the department's measures to tackle underperformance, including implementation of project acceleration plans for delayed infrastructure projects, the implementation of consequence management for underperforming contractors, and the training of officials in cases of identified poor performance, and strengthening safety and security measures against construction mafias. Construction of major water and sanitation infrastructure across the country presents an opportunity to transform the country through public procurement, which the department allocating 40%, 30%, and 7% respectively to businesses that are 50% or more owned by women, youth, and people living with disabilities. The department's performance in procurement spending on the designated group fell short of the planned targets. We recommend that the department implement measures to meet these targets on a quarterly basis. The African National Congress is convinced about the financial position of the water boards as they are badly affected by the non-payment of their bulk or raw water purchased by water service authorities. Some water boards are on the verge of imminent bankruptcy, while others are grappling with cash flow issues but do not face imminent bankruptcy. Additionally, some water boards are experiencing declining payment levels. Should we allow these water boards not to be a going concern, the consequences will be dire for the citizens of our country. The African National Congress fully supports some of the department's recommendations, such as the suggestion that the National Treasury withhold the equitable share allocation for water service authorities that are not servicing their debts with water boards, and the mechanisms the National Treasury is developing to allow water boards to use different ways to reduce the debt of water services authorities and are servicing their current debts. Once again, Chair, as the African National Congress, we fully support the Portfolio Committee report as tabled in this August House. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the largest party.
Thank you very much, Chair. I move that the report be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. There is an objection.
MK will object.
My apologies. There are objections. I recognize the objection of the MK party, the EFF.
Please note the objection of the EFF.
Thank you. Are there any further objections? And with those objections noted, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the sixth order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation on 2024-25 first quarter financial and non-financial performance of the Department of Science and Innovation.
I now recognize the chairperson of the committee who will introduce the report. The Honourable Chairperson.
Inhlekani mtshami wa xitulu, Deputy President wa tiko ra hina ra Afrika-Dzonga, Hamlosa, Vaholobye hinkwavo na vachaviseki hinkwavo va yindlu leyi, Xeweta. From the onset, it is important to iterate that science, technology and innovation have a significant socio-economic development role to play in our country. We must harness the power of science, technology, and innovation to boost long-term economic prosperity and at the same time strengthen our global competitiveness. As a country, we are most threatened by poverty, unemployment, and inherent transformational challenges. Strengthening and investing in these areas has been proven to lead to increased employment, industrial development, poverty reduction, and major advancement in education, healthcare, communication, etc. Of further importance is to note that one of the key objectives of NDP is for South Africa to invest more in research and development. The target of this is 1.1% of GDP spent on R&D by 2024. We are currently only at 0.62%. I want to take the opportunity to welcome the name change of the department from Science and Innovation to that of Science, Technology and Innovation. It is important that the word technology is reinserted in the title, as technology is the driver of innovation, productivity, efficiency, leading to economic growth. On the 24th of September 2024, the committee deliberated on department's first quarter financial performance report for year 2024-2025. The committee was generally satisfied with the department's achievement of its quarterly performance targets, which is for the first quarter was 75% achieved. As a committee, we are concerned about the reduction in annual performance target from the previous financial year due to budget cuts. The underfunding of the department and its entities remains a serious concern. The committee noted that the actual expenditure for the first quarter varied from the planned expenditure by 7%. The slower than projected spending was mainly under transfers and subsidies and then goods and services. During this term, the department also explained that the increased expenditure under compensation of employees was due to cost of living adjustment that was implemented earlier than anticipated. Under some of performance highlights for quarter one, the cross-cutting nature of the work of the department with that of other departments was evident. The committee will foster collaborative and cooperative work relations with other portfolios to ensure that funding and resources located with other departments for the purpose of research and innovation are optimally utilized for the intended purpose. The department shared some of their key achievements for the period under review, which included their investment in human capital, development through the awarding of postgraduate bursaries, grants to emerging researchers and internships for unemployed STI graduates. In relation to R&D, an incubation hub for personal protective equipment and medical textile products was established at the Clothing and Textile Technology Station located at Cape Peninsula University of Technology. The committee encourages that the department going forward focus on the committee concerns raised on some of the targets that have not been met. The need to ensure the sustainability of key initiatives, such as carbon capture program, whereby coal is beneficiated as a clean energy resource. They need to enhance knowledge utilization interventions based on indigenous knowledge for the development of medicine and for food security. They need to foster effective public participation in policy making. Government must transform national treasury to accept and appreciate that science, technology, and innovation is a key driver in contributing to the country's economic growth, poverty alleviation, unemployment, and transformation. The committee further notes that the department is heavily underfunded for the purpose that it is supposed to perform.
Honourable Member, your time is now expired.
Thank
you. I will now recognize political parties that wish to make a declaration, the opportunity to do so. The DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, with the Government of National Unity, there came new departments with new mandates. The one of importance to us today is the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. With its new name, the department can embody its correct identity, which signifies to the world South Africa's immense potential in this field. We are rearing and ready to go. We have just completed a marathon, an absolutely mind-blowing set of oversight visits. We met with world-class scientists, some of the world's best engineers, innovators, and technology experts, all here on South African soil. So strong was the pride in what I saw that I was nicknamed by the chairperson the most enthusiastic member of the committee. I found it hard to contain my excitement when we were at the South African Space Agency and we were told about the strides that we are taking, how geographically we are optimally positioned for certain space-to-Earth exchanges, and that we as South Africa are home to probably the most important scientific equipment on Earth, namely the SKA telescope. Technologies such as artificial intelligence, robotics, big data analytics, and quantum computing now have the potential to completely change how we operate the economy, not to mention fundamentally increase productivity in all government departments. South Africa is making its mark with research and innovation in these fields. This is why, members, we have to be fiercely protective of the South African intellectual property. It is well known and has been openly discussed in committee with Minister Nzimande and I that critical and sensitive IP was stolen or just given away during the state capture feeding frenzy. We have agreed in committee that we will play a fundamental role in finding our lost IP, recovering it, bringing it back, and holding those who stole it to book. We must now also ensure that South African scientists and innovators register their IP and are not exploited by large multinationals, and that South Africa reaps the benefit of all investment and development in the science, technology, and innovation sector. We must not be afraid of the ever-growing and expanding world of science, technology, and innovation. We must embrace what we as a country have and will achieve. We must grow and support science and technology and the communities around them, encourage young people, and especially young women, to become active members of this family. While change is happening, it must happen faster. While we understand that the fiscus can only be stretched so far, we must concentrate on building a public-private partnership and grow the size of the scientific community. The AG's report is clear and has been well interrogated. The fact of the matter is this: science costs money. Research requires time, capacity, expensive equipment, and highly skilled scientists, engineers, doctors, and technologists. We have seen firsthand what South Africans are capable of achieving with a relatively small budget. We will continue to fight for science, technology, and innovation to be well funded, and by doing this, we will send a very strong message to the South African science community that we are proud and excited for what they will achieve. To quote Einstein, "Imagination is everything. It is the preview of life's upcoming attractions." Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The MK Party.
Honourable Chairperson, Members of Parliament, I rise on behalf of MK Party to voice our concern regarding the report on the Department of Science, Technology and Innovations performance for year 2023-2024. The fundings represented here reflect a grim picture and how austerity measures are destroying critical sector for South African future, budget capability, but also the aim to dismantle years of investment in science and technology and innovations. Our people and our country cannot afford this weakening of this sector, which is meant to empower youth, drive economic growth, and secure our nation's technology sovereignty. The MK Party firmly believes that when science and innovations entities like CERA and SANSA struggle with funding, it is not merely an international administrative issues. It is a national crisis. These entities provide essential capabilities from cybersecurity to space science that underpin South African power and economic potential. The committee's report exposes the severe impact of this cut having a crucial area such as space research, hydrogen energy, innovation, and the advancement of local SMEs in technology. But failing to fund these sectors, we are leaving the nation vulnerable, depending on the foreigners' technology, and unable to secure even basic satellite imaging for our borders and coastlines. Chairperson, it is unthinkable that in an era when knowledge drives economics, South African gross expenditure, R&D, lags far behind as mere 0.62% of GDP. Government must act now to elevate this figure to 1.5%, target stipulated in the National Development Plan. Otherwise, our so-called commitment to innovations remain an empty promises, while potential breakthrough in health, energy, and technology go unrealized. Furthermore, the department attempts to support youth and expand skills in technology and innovations that have been negatively affected, starving these programs of funds. We are not only failing the department, we are failing the next generation of South Africa scientists, engineering, and innovators. How can we claim to prioritize youth empowerment while we pull the rug out from under programs and that seek to equip them with the skill to build our economy? We are rejecting this budget, Honorable Chair. It is critical, therefore, that the National Treasury re-evaluate its priorities. We demand a reversal of the
Honorable Member, your
disabling
time is now
budget.
expired. Thank you.
Okay, we are rejecting this budget.
Thank you.
MK.
The EFF.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, Commander-in-Chief Julius Silomalema, the officials of the EFF. We present this declaration in the absence of the useless minister who is forever absent in our committees and is presently and evidently absent now. Please, can we note that and may we take record of that minister?
Honorable Member.
The department.
Honorable Member at the podium, will you just take your seat, please? Why do you want to be recognized, Honorable Member?
Yeah, Chair, I'm raising on Rule 82. The Honorable Member is saying the minister is useless. So can you rule on that, Chair? Because obviously he's referring to the Minister of the Department of Science and Innovation.
Honorable Member, which minister are you referring to?
I'm referring to the useless one, the one who's not useful.
Please withdraw that remark.
But which one?
You made
which one? I didn't mention any name.
You made a remark against the
Yes,
minister.
I'm saying it's useless.
There's a report currently in front of us.
On a point of order.
And no, I will recognize you now, Honorable Member. But Honorable Member, will you withdraw the remark, please?
I've got nothing to withdraw, Chair.
Then you must take your seat, Honorable Member.
No, on a point of order, Chair. On a point of order.
No, I'm dealing with this, Honorable Member, at the podium.
No,
I'll come to you.
no. On a point of order, Chair. On a point of order.
No, I'll come to you. I'll come to you, Honorable Malema.
But I'm on that point where you want to make a ruling.
According to the rules,
I want to make an input on that point.
You cannot raise a point of order when I'm already dealing with a point of order.
You have made a ruling. Why are you not making a ruling without listening to us?
You must wait until I deal with this matter and then I'll recognize you.
No, Chair.
The Honorable Member at the podium.
Chairperson, if there is a point of order, it must be entertained. You can't just rule
No,
before
Honorable
you allow us
Member,
to entertain it.
there was a point of order raised in terms of what you said.
Yes.
So I'm dealing with that matter now and I'm asking you to withdraw the remark so that you can continue with your declaration.
Okay, Chairperson.
Thank you.
The Department of Science and the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation
Withdraw, Chief.
Order, honorable members.
Is a
Order.
key institution whose main aim is to boost the country's socio-economic development through research and innovation, which should be among the key drivers of job creation, reduction of poverty,
members. Order, calm down. Calm down, honorable members. Yes, honorable member, why do you want to be recognized again?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, the Honorable Member has not withdrawn, and we have instructed him
No,
to...
the honorable member has responded to me. Please proceed, honorable member.
Please, ma.
No, honorable members, if any one of you want to come and chair the session, then you may do so, right? We want the proceedings in the House to continue. I've dealt with the matter, and if any further work needs to be done, the table staff here is here to assist. But in the meantime, we'll continue with the declaration. Please continue.
Thank you very much, Chair. Which should be the key drivers of job creation, reduction of poverty, elimination of inequality, and curbing of unemployment as envisaged by the 2019 White Paper on Science, Technology and Innovation. Though the report in question makes this commitment through its long-term objectives and policy direction outlined in the STI Decadal Plan, it, however, falls short of a clear implementation plan on how to achieve what it seeks to achieve within a specific time frame. For example, it does not clearly outline how it intends to adequately address the misalignment between the skills acquired and the productive needs of the industry. In all scenarios, Chairperson, when this mismatch between the skills acquired and job market economic needs occurs, it often results in more joblessness, poverty, thus undermine the livelihoods of South African citizens. In our intervention, if our intervention is not geared towards closing this gap and identification of skills required by the economy, we will find ourselves pouring money into developing skill sets that will later on not be absorbed by the economy. The projected decline in the budget allocation in 2025-2026 should activate the department's alternative plan to utilize its strategic allies and partners. The underachievement of the department in the core areas such as Program 4 of research, development and support, and general challenges where it exceeded projected expenditure in areas such as Program 1, administration, must be avoided going forward. There is a huge misalignment between the economic policy and the developmental research plan. With this report that has been presented here as the EFF, we reject it. We've rejected today, we'll reject it even tomorrow. Thank you very much.
The IFP.
Thank you.
Honorable members, before I give the IFP member an opportunity, I wish to remind you that the sound, especially when there's interjections taking place, is not very clear from where we are sitting, and the table staff is attending to that matter. But please give us also a fair opportunity to be able to hear what members say at the podium. Otherwise, it's going to make it difficult for us to make rulings. Please continue, honorable member.
Thank you, as chairperson. The IFP notes the decrease in budget allocation from the previous financial year and another decrease rejected in the coming financial year, while the need for delivery exceptionally and cutting edge science and technology is increasing. As reflected in the report, budget cuts reduced performance targets. Having said that, the department and its entities are equally to the task at hand. We encourage them to maximize and use of available resources to achieve targets. Program 3, which is international cooperation and resources, is a vital program that will enhance our international recognition. We encourage the department to take advantage of the treaties and bilateral relations that the Republic is part in order to increase the number of South African students in the international training programs. As the IFP, we recognize the importance of effective budget utilization. As the report highlighted, the IFP has always advocated for transparency and accountability in public finances, which we believe the department is doing well. Lastly, we encourage and emphasize the strengthening of partnerships with private and educational institutions. Lokhu kusebenzisa kuzosiza kakhulu ekwakheni ulwazi nobuchwepheshe obuzosiza kakhulu amathuba emisebenzi kusizakale abantu abasha ikakhulukazi abangasebenzi. In the overall, the performance of the department on its program is well received. IFP ke iyayemukela le report. Thokoza.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you, House Chair. Now declaration from the Patriotic Alliance we support.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Honourable House Chair, we have only 2 minutes, so we can focus on only one thing, and that is a budget reduction, which we learned from in this quarterly report. Nou wat nou gebeur hierso, is dis nie austerity nie, dit is swak ekonomiese groei, wat beteken dat daar nie belastinggeld is nie, en dat hierdie departement se begroting besnoei moes word. Nou soos dit werk in die wêreld van wetenskap en tegnologie en innovasie, as jy nie bybly nie, raak jy agter, en as jy agter raak, raak jy heeltemal agter. En dit is wat besig is om te gebeur. As ons vir 'n voorbeeld kyk na 'n magtige land soos Duitsland, wat volgens party menings die 3de en volgens ander die 4de grootste ekonomie in die wêreld is, dan is hulle besig om as gevolg van swak beplanning of nie op datum te bly met die nuutste neigings in die vervaardigingstegnologie, veral van voertuie nie, om agter te raak, en Volkswagen moet in die lyn van 10,000 werkers in die pad steek oor die volgende maande. Dit is 'n ernstige saak hierdie. Dit is wat in Suid-Afrika besig is om te gebeur. Dit kan lyk as we nie baie saak
Honourable
maak.
Boshoff, will you just take a seat, please? Why do you want to be recognized, Honourable Member?
Honourable Chair, ekani warni.
Honourable Member.
There's no interpreter here.
Honourable Member, there is interpretation. Just find it on the right channel, please. Go to channel 1 and you'll find the interpretation there. Please proceed, Honourable Member.
Baie dankie, voorsitter. Nou wat gaan nou gebeur as gevolg van hierdie begroting wat elke jaar besnoei word en elke jaar 'n bietjie kleiner word? Dis eenvoudig. Die ekonomie gaan stagneer. Die ekonomie en die samelewing gaan al hoe minder transformeer en die staat gaan lus hê om al hoe meer teen minderhede te diskrimineer. Dis waarheen ons op pad is. Dankie.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Action SA.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. As seen across all the departments, the Department of Science and Technology and Innovation has also seen its operational capacity impacted by budget cuts and broader underfunding, which has seen a 500 million rand reduction in its budget, which, as the report indicates, will undoubtedly limit resources for vital science and technology initiatives and innovation projects. Action SA notes that while South Africa lags behind in scientific innovation in some important fields, the global economy is becoming increasingly dependent on technological advancement. Action SA believes that innovation is vital to maximizing South Africa's economic opportunities and driving growth and creating jobs. However, the continuous reduction in funding for this department does not bode well in this regard, nor does it align with the government's commitment to ensuring that South Africa remains competitive on the world stage. The world is moving forward in technological advancements at a rate that, if not matched, will leave us stuck in a poverty paradigm. Importantly, While underfunding does impact the department's ability to fulfill its mandate, there is also a pressing concern that missed performance targets in key programs. This militates against realistic consideration for additional funding. Notably in Program 4, which is responsible for research, development and support, the department fell short of 6 of its 9 quarterly targets, which included critical disbursements of research, grants and strategic engagements with key entities. This department cannot be expected to be rewarded for underperformance. What's more, the shortfall directly impacts support for emerging researchers and delays essential innovation efforts, stalling the advancement of critical research initiatives. It equally undermines the need to operate at maximum efficiency to make the most of already limited capacity resulting from underfunding. To quote from one of my colleagues, "So kan dit nie meer aangaan nie." If this department doesn't pull up its socks and meet its own targets, we will not be able to support future reports, but we will support this one. Thank you.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Honourable House Chairperson, the ACDP notes that science, innovation and technology are crucial for driving economic growth, increasing our competitive and comparative advantages, as well as improving the country's global competitiveness. We support the concern expressed by the committee in that research, development and support only achieved 3 of its 9 targets for the quarter. As a consequence, some black female emerging researchers and marine coastal research activities were excluded from important projects. Knowing that there's a direct correlation between GDP growth and research and development spend, it is bizarre that this department should fail in its core mandate, research and development. Countries like Israel, South Korea and Sweden top the list of the most research and development spend to GDP at around 5%. South Africa spends 0.62% of GDP on research and development, thus inadvertently limiting our growth while increasing our unemployment. Another concern raised by the committee was the underspending in all 5 programs for the quarter, which impacts on the achievement of strategic objectives. Underspending, Chair, erodes the department's socio-economic development objectives, retards the development of human resources, as well as research and innovation. The ACDP calls for the improvement of operational efficiencies in the department by streamlining processes and enhancing project management practices, investing in training and hiring of skilled personnel to strengthen the team, and yes, we make the call to increase our spend in research and development. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM. Rise.
Rise supports the report.
Thank you. Bosa. ATM.
ATM rejects.
Al-Jama. NCC. PAC. UAT.
No declaration.
Thank you. Good. And the ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. The African National Congress has consistently emphasized the essential role that science, technology, and innovation play in advancing South African socio-economic development. We recognize the importance of effective budget allocation within the department to achieve our national objectives. These declarations, therefore, support the Portfolio Committee's report on 24-25 first quarter financial and non-financial performance. As a committee, we have conducted a thorough examination of the department's performance and expenditure. We are pleased to report that the department attained 75% of its quarterly performance target, reflecting a strong commitment in fulfilling its mandate. We remain committed to efficient governance and effective service delivery. Nonetheless, we express our concern regarding the inadequate funding of the department and its associated entities. The ANC has consistently championed the need for enhanced investment in research and development as outlined in the National Development Plan. The decrease in the department budget allocation from 10.6 billion to 9.6 billion raises significant concerns. Honorable Chair, we want to urge the department to prioritize funding for science and innovation to ensure South Africans' competitiveness in the global knowledge economy, as the key observation highlighted several areas that are aligned with our ANC priorities. These important observation areas are consistent with the ANC commitment to building a capable development state and fostering inclusive economic growth. While Program 1 met its targets in administration, the lower than anticipated spending in external science-related project request is a matter of concern. Nonetheless, we are confident that the department will acknowledge the importance of efficient administration in supporting its overall goals. The department must remain vigilant regarding delays in project implementation. It is imperative to underscore the significance of execution of technology innovation initiatives in order to promote economic growth. Furthermore, we would like to commend the department for achieving 89% of its performance targets in international cooperations. This achievement exemplifies the essential role of international collaboration in enhancing South African scientific capabilities and its standing on the global stage. The fact that we have only met 33% of our performance targets in research and development is also deeply concerning. This shortfall highlights significant challenges that needs to be urgently addressed, particularly regarding the implementation of infrastructure projects and the disbursement of grants. Research and development are vital in driving our national innovations and growth, and any delay in this particular area could hinder our overall progress and competitiveness. We must prioritize these issues to ensure a brighter future to our country. In adopting this report, we expressed our strong support for the department's concerted efforts to meet future targets, enhance financial management in challenging areas, and prevent underspending as emphasized in the committee discussions. Achieving future targets is vital for the realization of our national objectives in the science, technology, and innovation sector. The ANC asserts that the robust science, technology, and innovation sector is fundamental to South Africa's economic transformation and job creation. Furthermore, improved financial management will ensure that the limited resources allocated to the department are utilized efficiently and effectively, while we persist in advocating for increased funding. In conclusion, Chair, preventing underspending is imperative in our efforts to advocate for additional funding within the science and innovation sector. We reaffirm our commitment to the department and acknowledge its critical role in South Africa's development. We urge all stakeholders to collaborate in implementing the key recommendation as outlined in the report and addressing the challenges it identifies. By doing so, we can ensure that science, technology, and innovation continue to propel our national towards our prosperous and equitable future. The ANC supports the report. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the largest party.
Thank you, Chair. I move for the adoption of the report. Thank you.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Yes, the MK. I know the objection of the MK party, the EFF.
House Chair, note the objection of the EFF.
Noted. Are there any further objections? With those objections, the report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the seventh order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Basic Education on first quarterly report on performance of Department of Basic Education in meeting its predetermined objectives for 2024-25.
I now recognize the chairperson of the committee who will introduce the report.
Honorable House Chair,
the Deputy President of the country, ministers, deputy ministers, honorable members. The Portfolio Committee on Basic Education considered the first quarter report of the department for the 2024-2025 financial year. Quarterly reporting by the department is important to ensure that we scrutinize its performance and respond to identify challenges to improve the overall annual performance of the department. With regards to strengthening the ECD sector, the committee knows that the early childhood is a critical phase that shapes future learning outcomes. Therefore, our responsibility is to enhance the quality and accessibility of ECD programs by improving and closing the resources gap. We have urged the department to enhance curriculum design and delivery for ECDs to enhance the standard across ECDs, serving children from different backgrounds. Strengthening literacy and numeracy from early grades will be pivotal for the achievement of higher learning outcomes at every subsequent level, and the Bela Act affirms this centrality. The committee believes that inclusive education and special needs education for all is a cornerstone of achieving equitable provision of education. Every learner, regardless of socioeconomic status, geographic location, or learning ability, deserves an equitable opportunity for quality education. As government, we have made significant strides in ensuring accessibility for learners with disabilities and learners with profound intellectual disabilities. The backbone of our education system is our teachers and school management teams. To expect high quality education, we must invest in robust, continuous professional development for teachers. This includes enhancing teacher training in priority subjects and ensuring that teachers are equipped to handle the dynamic challenges of the modern classroom, which includes the use of technology. The recent budget increase for infrastructure improvement is encouraging. We commend the allocation towards eliminating unsafe structures like pit latrines and expanding access to basic services in all rural provinces like KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and Limpopo. The 2024-2025 budget allocation for the Department of Basic Education is 33.3 billion, reflecting a 7.4% increase from the previous financial year. We will work closely with the department to ensure that resources reach the schools and meet the needs of learners. We, however, observed that the low expenditure in Program 2 is attributed to the fact that the printing of Workbook Volume 1 for the 2025 academic year is in progress. The Portfolio Committee made the recommendations for the department, noting the benefits for learners who participated in the learner support programs, especially in disadvantaged schools. The department must invest and strengthen such learner support programs within 90 days of the adoption of this report and report back to the committee on the interventions made. The department should submit a comprehensive report with demographics on learner dropout trends between grade 10 and grade 12 and the reasons. The department must also develop mechanisms for tracking, tracing, and retaining learners before the end of 2024 school academic year. We respect the ECD teacher and practitioner training and development. The department should approach, with respect to that, the department should approach specific SETAs, for example, the ETDP SETA, which may be able to assist and support the department in such initiatives and programs within 60 days of the adoption of the report. The department to finalize the norms and standards for grade R teachers or practitioners with comprehensive HR strategy before the start of the 2025 school academic year. The department should consider and develop a training component in the senior phase to strengthen the quality of education. The Portfolio Committee submits this report for consideration. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now recognize political parties who want to make a declaration. The DA.
Honourable House Chairperson, Honourable Members of the National Assembly. As we examine the Department of Basic Education's first quarterly report for the 2024-2025 fiscal year, it is vital to acknowledge both commendable progress and areas needing urgent attention. Although the Department of Basic Education has achieved 87.5% of its quarterly goals, several pressing concerns continue to demand action. In Program 1, Administration, there is notable progress in reporting misconduct resolution. However, the ongoing issue with delays in invoice payments points to persistent budgetary and planning gaps, impacting service providers and risking financial accruals. Strengthening financial controls here would be an effective remedy to avoid these delays. Program 2, Curriculum Policy Support and Monitoring, has shown promise, particularly in implementing caps for technical schools and advancing entrepreneurship education. However, the new General Education Certificate and literacy-focused targets face challenges that highlight broader issues in foundational skills. South Africa's literacy rates remain alarmingly low, and while there are promising increases in the National Senior Certificate pass rates, literacy and numeracy benchmarks still fall short of acceptable standards, emphasizing the urgent need for continuous support at all educational stages. Program 3, Teacher Development, saw substantial progress in awarding the Funja Lusaka bursary, but there remains a gap in quality management systems, monitoring school-based educators. Addressing teacher training and support deficits could mitigate the shortage of educators, particularly in underserved subjects and regions. Additionally, ensuring equitable distribution and placement of teachers in schools remains critical for educational equity. Program 4, which is Planning, Information and Assessment, continues to wrestle with infrastructure delivery, especially in water and sanitation, under the Accelerated Schools Infrastructure Delivery Initiative. Despite incremental improvements, far too many schools still lack access to safe toilets and clean water, which are fundamental to a safe, conducive learning environment. The persistence of pit latrines in some schools 30 years into democracy remains a stark failure that must be urgently rectified. Program 5, which is Educational Enrichment Services, has engaged communities through social cohesion programs and initiatives against gender-based violence, contributing to a safer school environment. However, safety issues persist, particularly with the uneven application of the National School Safety Framework across districts. Strengthening oversight on these safety measures is essential to ensure a consistently secure environment for all learners. School safety is paramount, and we must ensure that all districts are adequately monitored and supported in this regard. Financially, the DBE's 30.63% expenditure rate this quarter reflects a proactive use of funds, yet the uneven spending across programs calls for a more strategic approach to budget distribution. As the Minister has rightly emphasized, the Department's 5-year plan and targets require rigorous evaluation to ensure they genuinely address systemic challenges, such as overcrowded classrooms and infrastructure issues. The DBE's budget, while increased to 32.3 billion for the 2024-25 period, must be utilized effectively to close these persistent gaps. In conclusion, while we acknowledge the progress reflected in this report, systemic issues like infrastructure deficits, low literacy and numeracy rates, and the uneven distribution of resources continue to impede educational outcomes. The DA will support the report with a clear understanding that these areas of concern must remain in sharp focus, ensuring that our education system genuinely serves every learner. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The MK Party.
Asibizwanga.
Siyazela.
Ngibingelele former President Jacob Zuma. Ngiphinde ngibingelele umphathi uDr Hlophe kanye noChief Whip wami. Ngokhulu uyithoba ngibingelele iProgressive Unit. Sihlalo, as the member of Umkhonto weSizwe Party, I rise to submit our concern and formally declare that we cannot in good conscience accept the proposed portfolio committee budget review and recommendation report on basic education. Basically, basically due to identifying multiple concerns in it. In the presentation made by the Western Cape and the Northern Cape Education, while we acknowledge the efforts made by these departments to navigate their current financial constraints, this report falls way too short of addressing foundations issues facing our education. Firstly, this report does not adequately address inkinga ebangwa ile budget cuts on direct stakeholders, namely ikolo, othisha, nabafundi, especially those in rural areas. These cuts directly undermine commitment to quality education for all. As Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we believe that education should be accessible to all. As Umkhonto weSizwe, we believe that education should be accessible to all, irrespective of their socio-economic background. How can we expect excellence in education when schools are increasingly understaffed and lack basic resources needed to provide full curriculum coverage and essential support? Furthermore, the budget lacks clear, actionable proposals to mitigate the long-term effects of these financial cuts. It is insufficient to just acknowledge fiscal pressures and its impact without providing a concrete plan to resolve their expected impact. The oversight visit observation falls short of recommending practical solutions that could be used to address challenges identified during the oversight visit. While we have identified challenges that schools are experiencing, we also need a plan and timeline to address these shortcomings. What our school requires is immediate action, not lomdlalo wish list that is not practical, that will bear no results. The report as it stands lacks the agency that we believe is necessary. We know the significant role played by the National Nutrition Program, especially previously disadvantaged schools. Yet how the report does not adequately reflect adverse impact of budget cuts on the NSNP. In addition, it does not offer sufficient reassurance that the program will continue without interruption. We need stronger, unwavering commitment to ensure continuity of such crucial programs, not itembisos amanga that leave room for doubt. The issue of transparency and accountability is glaringly missing. Furthermore, while the report acknowledges certain risks related to the National Senior Certificate Examination, it offers no concrete measures to ensure a consistent approach. We as Umkhonto weSizwe, we reject this report. I will quote to Minister Gayton Mackenzie quickly. Uma Eti, if you think Zuma has come through like a tornado, it's going to come through in 2026 like a tsunami. Close quote. Kwaza Mkhonto.
The EFF.
Chairperson, it would rather seem that the management of this ministry has moved from bad under Minister Motshekga to worse under Minister Gwarube. The minister boycotted the signing ceremony of the Bella Bill. She must explain why she boycotted the signing ceremony of the Bella Bill. How can she be trusted on the implementation of the Bella Bill while she refused to attend to it? Chairperson, the dysfunction goes mere questions of poor administration and relate at the core with lack of policy certainty in the department. The minister will do well to ignore the narrow conception of the priorities of the department espoused by her party and focus on making education accessible to all our children. Chairperson, we are also deeply concerned by the ongoing failure of the department to make timely payments to service providers as per government policy. The contributions to the disturbances of this contributes to the disturbances of learning at school, particularly in rural schools where scholar transportation is an essential aspect of the learning processes. The failure to meet targets characterizes the marriage of convenience in the GNU, there are a bunch of losers who dramatically continue to fail our people. How can this DA-GNU minister achieve targets when a party opposes the Bella Bill, which proposes to amend the South African Schools Act? The DA opposes anything that has to do with the principle of equality and justice. They want the current admission policy in the South African Schools Act to remain the same, to the exclusion of majority of black learners. Chair, these are the things that require immediate attention, and the minister has no luxury for playing this kindergarten politics that her party so likes. Thank you very much.
The IFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. The IFP support the report by Portfolio Committee on Basic Education as it addresses critical areas needed to improve educational outcomes, particularly for disadvantaged learners. Noting the positive impact of learner support programs, the IFP urges the Department of Basic Education to commit to strengthening these initiatives, ensuring they reach the most vulnerable learners and help close education disparities. Additionally, the IFP urges the Department to submit a comprehensive report on learner dropout rates between grade 10 and grade 12, including insights into courses, demographic data, and effective strategies for retention. Understanding these trends is important for developing targeted solutions to keep more learners engaged until matric. Honorable Chairperson, the IFP has always advocated for the prioritization of early childhood development program. It is therefore a welcome move to see the plans for the ECD. Furthermore, the IFP supports the urgent finalization of norms and standards for grade R teachers, along with detailed human resources plan by 2025, so to solidify teaching quality from early education stages onward. We accept the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you, House Chair. The PA supports.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Honourable House Chair, we discussed the first quarter report of the department, and due to the nature of the academic year, it's not so easy to make sensible judgments after just one quarter. And therefore, the department mainly has annual targets. Even so, the Honourable Mashabela, who spoke a few minutes ago, made a very true statement when she said the main purpose of the department is to make sure that there are schools for all our children. And therefore, the one annual goal is indeed very important, and that is the ACIDI, the Accelerated School Infrastructure Delivery Initiative, which has several annual goals, and I want to refer to those. In die eerste plek het ACIDI beplan om in die jaar 50 nuwe skole te bou, waarvan 1 voltooi is. Ek glo nie daar gaan 49 volg in die volgende 3 kwartale nie. Van 30 nuwe skole is 1 voltooi. Van 100 skole wat water moes kry, het nog nie 1 water gekry nie. En van 65 klaskamers wat bygebou moes word, nog nie 1 nie. Dit is hoogs onwaarskynlik dat hierdie doelwitte in die laaste 3 kwartale behaal gaan word. Nou as daar nou iets is wat in hierdie regering van nasionale eenheidsspanning kan veroorsaak, dan is dit die Bella-bil, omdat die Bella-wet, nie meer 'n bil nie, omdat die Bella-wet poog om hierdie versuim, hierdie ernstige versuim om skole te bou en om infrastruktuur te ontwikkel, wil regmaak deur op die 5% Afrikaanse skole te fokus. Hierdie ding gaan ons laat teëspoed optel. Ek dank u.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Action essay.
Thank you, House Chair. Before I begin, honourable members, the chairperson, Maimela, I want to caution you, you referred to yourself as the government in your remarks, and the conflation of the executive and oversight must be discouraged by this House. Honourable House Chairperson, Action SA notes the Department of Basic Education's efforts towards its objectives for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. While progress has been made, the performance report reveals significant areas where action is critical. The department's inability to meet its full targets on the timely payment of invoices, which has achieved only 91.06%, is troubling. It indicates ongoing budget management issues and delays in addressing critical financial commitments. These inefficiencies affect operational continuity and the department's ability to support schools consistently. Moreover, infrastructure challenges persist, with many schools still struggling with inadequate sanitation, unsafe facilities, and overcrowded classrooms. The department's efforts to modernize and provide resources for early childhood development are commendable. However, they fall short without the necessary funding to expand initiatives, particularly in marginalized areas. The Portfolio Committee's observations indicate a decline in provincial performance in core subjects. Honourable House Chairperson, Action SA will keep a close eye on whether the department under the 7th administration will act urgently, transparently, and with accountability to effectively meet its objectives. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Honourable House Chairperson, the ACDP wishes to thank all educators for whom teaching is not just a job but a calling, for the sacrifices made to mould, shape, and prepare the learners in their care as if they were their own. It is tragic that despite having one of the largest budgets of all departments, the Department of Basic Education produces some of the poorest results in literacy and numeracy, underscored by the fact that some 82% of our grade 4 learners cannot read for meaning. This is largely due to the fact that mother tongue education is applied up to grade 3 and then switches to English in grade 4. While the ACDP supports the call to introduce agriculture as a subject in the school curriculum, we will never support Bella or comprehensive sexuality education. Why? Comprehensive sexuality education was founded by Dr. Alfred Kinsey, who hypothesized that children were sexual from birth. Table 25 in Dr. Kinsey's book, Sexual Behavior in the Human Male, documents the sexual abuse of children from 5 months old to 10 years old over a 24-hour period. Dr. Kinsey denies asking pedophiles to abuse these children, claiming that he only reported on the scientific research they sent him. This deeply disturbed man claimed that his research showed that children derived pleasure from their sexual abuse. From Kinsey to Planned Parenthood to ICASA to the United Nations, they plan to take this diabolical sexual education with high-risk sexual acts that parents have never heard to children throughout the world. The ACDP says, not on our watch. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM. Order, Honourable Members. Order. Order, Honourable Members. The UDM. Rise. Order, honorable members.
Na Cancer Mtramashtul. As Rise Mzansi, we have studied the content of the committee report, and we are satisfied that the committee has done its work.
Honorable Ghana, can you just start again? I cannot hear anything you say.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Na Cancer. If you can hear that part, then all will be fine.
Please continue. You're wasting your time.
No. Mtramashtul. Here no I report, but also want to wish all the other grades that are starting their exams everything of the best. We are happy with the work that the committee is doing. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Bossa? ATM?
We reject.
Thank you. NCC? PAC? UAT?
UAT rejects.
Thank you. Good. And the ANC?
No, thanks very much, House Chair. I think it's quite imperative as we consider the report on performance of the Department of Basic Education in the first quarter of 2024-2025 financial year. We recognize that our learners are in the examination period and we wish them success. The knowledge our learners have attained is not for its own sake, but to contribute to the development and that of the nation. We pay our condolences to the families who have lost their children due to the poisonous foods they have consumed around their school location. We call on the police department and local municipalities to ensure health practitioners monitor the sellers of food to children in our schools and the communities. The ANC will always heighten its oversight and strategic focus on the basic education sector because it is a service for our children. Our children and learners are the future of this nation, and when we ensure we provide equal opportunities for all children, we will have contributed immensely to the addressing inequality and poverty. As we undertake oversight through receiving reports in Parliament, we do not assess the performance of departments without considering the prevailing conditions in our communities. A fundamental right we should protect and defend is the right of access to schooling within the communities in which children live. We observed patterns where schools' admission policies as designed to be exclusionary due to language policies. We must note that the implementation of the Bella Act will strengthen the ability to the state to ensure practice, and it's not what we've been told by that member there. You are misleading us. That Bella Act tries to bring transformation. It tries to speak of inequality. It tries to speak of discrimination that we've got from the regime of apartheid. Now, we're not going to mislead by saying that we're going to teach learners sex or we're going to orientate them in a bad way, but we're going to change society for them to adapt to the demands of the country. This is why the ANC has prioritized early childhood developed as a critical phase of the cognitive development of children. Universal access to early learning is critical to improving learning outcomes, and in the 7th administration, closing the inequality gap of access to ECD for children in townships and areas that are affluent is also at the center of transforming our society. It is for this reason that we are focused on making recommendations which strengthen the teacher and training development of practitioners as they play a pivotal role in teaching, the finalization of the norms and standards of grade R teachers, practitioners with a comprehensive HR plan and a strategy before the start of the 2025 school academic year. Honorable members, infrastructure remains an important area to improve the quality of teaching and learning. We recognize the progress made in the eradication of mud schools by the democratic government led by the ANC. We are currently facing challenges of migration, wherein learners move to urban areas as their parents seek to work and other economic opportunities in urban areas. This has led to some of the state-of-the-art schools in rural areas not being effectively utilized. We share the concern of the department is the lower performance in the province was too low concerning in the first term due to the lack of standardization of tests across the country. We must continue to deal with the problem of dropouts, which is caused by many factors such as family problems, teenage pregnancy, and others due to social ills. We must continue as a nation to urge all the youth children to prioritize their development through education. Education should also not be about theory, but it should transform our lives to reach our full potential. We are concerned about the impact of cost containment measures. We have reduced funding for basic education, and we further raise concerns on the Western Cape prioritizing funding energy projects while load shedding has been ended by the democratic government of the ANC to the tune of 700 million while cutting 2,407 teachers in 2025. Go and reprioritize that energy project and put it to the education and to make sure there's no teachers cut. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I now recognize the Chief Whip of the largest party.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
MK objects.
The objection of MK is noted. Are there any further objections? Yes, Honourable Member.
The EFF objects.
The EFF, and I've seen another hand somewhere at the back.
ATM objects.
Just repeat, Honourable Member, I couldn't hear you.
ATM objects.
ATM.
UAT object.
UAT, are there any further objections? With those objections being noted, the report is agreed to. Honourable Members, the last item on the order paper is a decision of question on the draft resolution in the name of the Honourable Mr. J.S. Malema. Honourable Members, I wish to remind you that on Tuesday, the 10th of September 2024, the decision of question on this resolution, as well as an amendment moved to the draft resolution by the Honourable B.B. Nodada, were postponed to allow for consultation amongst parties. Before the sitting, earlier this afternoon, the Speaker received communication from the Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance advising of the withdrawal of the amendment moved by the Honourable B.B. Nodada. The basis for the withdrawal being, according to the letter, that the Portfolio Committee of Police is already dealing with the matter. An interim report has been adopted by the committee, as well as a program going forward. Given the amount of time that has elapsed since the House considered this motion, I will now allow political parties who wish to do so the opportunity to express themselves for up to 3 minutes. The Democratic Alliance. May I also request those parties, you know the sequence already, in which we allow parties to address us on specific issues, just to move closer to the front so that we can expedite the matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, House Chair, honourable members. Extortion in South Africa has evolved into a significant threat that not only destabilizes businesses but also has eroded the rule of law and undermining the livelihoods of the poorest of the poor. The Portfolio Committee on Police has taken this matter with the utmost seriousness, and we've recognized that extortion and protection rackets have infiltrated many economic sectors, from big construction businesses to smaller businesses. It includes public institutions and, most importantly, as per my introduction, the very people that are the poorest of the poor that struggle to make ends meet. Even kidnapping has skyrocketed as a lucrative extortion business. We have thoroughly engaged with the South African Police Service over the past weeks, and particularly with regard to the multidisciplinary extortion intervention plan by the National Joint Operation and Intelligence Structure, namely the NAT Joints. This happened on the 18th of September 2024. We already started the process of engagement with security experts, civil society organizations, and several academics to analyze the root cause enabling this crime and to implement targeted, evidence-based solutions like proposed by institutions like the Global Initiative for Transnational Organized Crime, amongst others. Soon we will be conducting oversight visits to the most affected provinces like the Eastern Cape, KZN, and the Western Cape, and this to assess the support that policing structures in areas have or do not have that are the hardest hit by extortion. We have advised against broad public hearings in contrast with the ill-considered motion on extortion due to the potential retaliation risks and the need to protect ongoing investigations. Instead, community policing forums will serve as representatives of community interests in these very engagements. The committee has also already proposed recommendations for the Minister of Police to close legislative gaps, resource a dedicated reporting hotline, as has already been done, and ensure proper categorization of extortion-related crimes. Also, to implement integrity screenings for key government and SAPS personnel to uphold public trust, and this obviously especially on senior levels. While others asked for postponement out of fear that the motion would be voted down, we as the Portfolio Committee of Police have continued to work, and our first report is already ready for tabling, 1 month ahead of the EFF's deadline for 30 November 2024. There is no chance that an ad hoc committee will be able to finalize its work before that date. Not by 30 November, but we have started work immediately. We support the committee's structured and decisive approach to tackle this crisis. We cannot support this motion. Thank you.
The MK Party.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to mention that in our committee we've discussed these matters, and I think this issue of extortion starts from the House as well. In fact, it's rotten from the top. If one has to only blame those people who are only called mafia extortionists, it's not true. It starts from this House. You know, if you sit in other committees, if you hear what is happening in other committees, it's disgraceful and disgusting to see that even top officials who are highly educated, who are municipal managers, who are CFOs, consultants, kubolile ukubola, and sibawa amapholisa ukuthi no minister sifocus. This committee has to focus. We must have time frames, and we must make sure that we don't take our people for granted. You know, for us, it cannot be right that it's a talk shop thing. The police must investigate, but our committee will make sure that when we do those visits, when we do that, we support that we need to have a focus, because we've got too many things in our committees. We have CIRA, you have IPD, and I'm saying here, if Tina La, asina maqiniso angeke uyazi because ikude nawe is above you. Now, if asibi neqiniso, our police akakhambi ngendlela khona. Minister, unfortunately, is not here today. But on our committee, we will make sure that we are focused on this matter. The other committee will have to do this, you know, in a short period of time. And indeed, kubolile. Ama-colleagues bayazi, abanye bangase bangumsindo, bayayazi into engikhuluma ngayo. Because abanye baya-encourage lento. Thina sithi ke, siku-progressive caucus. Yes, ngiyayazi impela, yes. As I'm saying, abanye la, honorable members, now, we will be focused on this matter as MK Party. We are very clear about that. We know ukuthi kunabantu abanye abacabanga ukuthi abantu bazindlayela. Abantu sebanibonile. And sizohelebha abantu abathagileko ukuthi we must nip this thing in the bud. So we will be there. We will make sure ukuthi within a short period of time we are focused on this matter, and nothing is going to delay us.
The EFF.
House Chairperson, we want to once again thank all political parties that participate in the debate. Most importantly, we welcome the fact that there is common understanding and agreement that the issue has reached a point of crisis. The crisis of those extortion in our communities and its impact on business is one that we all accept as a pandemic that is complex, multifaceted, and will require us to respond with the necessary decisiveness as Parliament. While we hear the objections by those who say we must refer the matter to the Portfolio Committee on Police, there is reality. The reality is that this is not only misguided, but it's going to do nothing about the problem of extortion facing our people. It is unfortunate that we allowed the DA, through their attempt to manipulate the process and introduce foreign procedures simply because they wanted to be partisan, and put at the center of this process their member who is chairing the police committee, when this was never a partisan matter but a crisis that is facing our people. We unnecessarily delayed a decision that would have led to immediate intervention. We call on members of Parliament to vote. We call on members of Parliament to vote with communities who are suffering the scourge of extortion in mind. This House is today faced with an opportunity to resolve on a unity of purpose, to relieve our people from the blatant terrorism that has made being an entrepreneur and a business owner in this country an automatic death sentence. As members of Parliament, we have a chance to earn our salaries by confronting the criminals who are holding not only society hostage, by demanding the protection fees and percentages of the profits of businesses, but also stopping government from developing infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. The IFP.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. Egamela IFP umbono wethu munye wokuthi ikomiti lamaphoyisa akwanele kuba lenze umsebenzi kunokuba kube nalo committee. Ngiyathokoza.
The Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. We do note the withdrawal of the amendment of to Honourable Malema's motion, not only because of the deadline that makes it impossible to establish the ad hoc committee before the 30th of November, but also because the Portfolio Committee has already done a large part of the work, and they have also adopted the report ahead of time. For that reason, we unfortunately have to oppose. Thank you.
The FF Plus.
No declaration, House Chair. We do not support the motion.
Action SA.
I'm sorry, House Chairperson, I won't use all my time. Organised crime, of which extortion forms an integral part of life and lawlessness in South Africa, has become a day-to-day experience, especially for the poorest people in our society. One can be misled to thinking that extortion and organised crime is an urban phenomenon, because we see it on TV, we see it where many people live together. But extortion and organised crime in rural areas and in rural villages is where it is at its most pervasive. A classic example of that is stock theft. Stock theft, when it's about pot slaughtering, it's about somebody slaughtering an animal to feed hunger. That is an offence that a court or a magistrate can take into account when sentencing somebody caught for stock theft for pot slaughtering. But stock theft has become much more than that. It is now an organised crime that affects all the communities that live in rural areas. I'm telling you, by the time the Lusiki investigation is over, stock theft is not going to be far removed from that incident where 18 people were murdered. Stock theft in Kumbu and all the parts of our province in the Eastern Cape and other provinces that border Lesotho has become endemic. And it's part of extortion and organised crime. And why do we believe that there should be a committee set up to look into this? Because SAPs are overwhelmed. SAPs are not able to control organised crime and extortion. I'll give you a classic example. When vehicles are impounded in this country, SAPs themselves are involved in extortion and organised crime. So how can you get SAPs in the committee that have been dealing with this for the last 30 years to deal with it when they haven't been able to deal with it? It's time for us to look at it differently and to deal with it better than it has been dealt with, because crime is becoming an unacceptable scourge in this country, and the committee is overwhelmed, SAPS is overwhelmed, and Parliament must do something differently. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Ukhulumile umlungu.
The ACDP.
Ukhulumile. Khulumile umlungu.
Order, Honourable Members.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the ACDP appreciates the severity of the issue of extortion raised by the Honourable Malema. As other speakers have indicated, extortion has reached a crisis point in the nation and requires decisive action. We see it in the construction industry, we see it in water industry, we now even see it at schools where school children are bullying others for protection fees. This is another level of extortion and criminality, and it is a very serious issue. The issue, of course, before us is which is the best committee cited or situated to deal with this matter. Now, subsequent to our previous debate, we've now heard the steps that the Police Committee has taken. It has already provided an interim report. They have looked into legislative gaps. They've looked into a hotline. They've looked into special categorization of such crimes. And so, Honourable Malema, yes, I'm grateful for the issue which you raised, because had you not raised this issue, it is unlikely that the Police Committee would have dealt with this work. That having been said, the Police Committee is now seized with the matter. They are the constitutional accountable institution that holds the police accountable. And so it is very important that time has almost caught up with us. The cut-off date in the motion was the 30th of November. That's in 1 month's time. So the Police Committee has done substantial work. And my feeling, with experience in the Justice Committee, is let us allow the Police Committee to do that work. And if they don't do it, then we need to reconsider an ad hoc committee. Thank you, House Chair. The ACDP will not support this, but would allow the Police Committee to do the work. But we are grateful to Mr. Malema for raising this issue. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The UDM. Rise.
So when this matter was presented the last time, we made our views known, and the Portfolio Committee has started dealing with this particular matter, and Honourable Letlapa has contributed in a very positive way towards the resolution to this particular issue. So the motion itself will not be supported by Rise Mzansi. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Bosa. The ATM.
Thank you, Chair. The issue of the extortion needs a specific committee to supplement the work that has been done. The reports and the allegations show that extortion is a complicated problem that needs a thorough investigation. The National Assembly in the past has had ad hoc committees, and those committees have worked well and achieved the objectives of the committees. Similarly, an ad hoc committee dealing with this problem will show the public that we as Parliament are responsive to their cries instead of acting as if all is well. If all was well and the Police Committee was doing the work, we would not have the people crying for intervention like we have now. Chair, I don't need to remind you how this issue of the extortion is affecting the most poor and vulnerable people in the country. Extortion has reached crisis levels where even extortionists are demanding children to pay extortion fees. As the ATM Chair, we want to stress Parliament must be responsive to the cries of the people and not kick for touch and say there is a committee dealing with this. We, however, ask the deadline to be amended. The government needs to have a specific response to the crisis. Equally, Parliament must have a specific response as well. In conclusion, the work done by General Mkhwanazi must be applauded, and all provincial police commanders must be encouraged to follow the lead of General Mkhwanazi. Amapolisa makaqinise isandla xa kudilishwana nezinswelaboya zihlukumeza abantu. akufunekanga sibe namapolisa oyika ezintwana ezintswelaboya kufuneka bezizo ezoyika amapolisa akufunekanga apha eSouth Africa siphile ubomi bentshontsho kufanele ba uthi xa uphuma endlini uyoyika ufuna ukuncamisa abantwana bakho awuqinisekanga noba uzobuya na kufuneka siqinisekise sile parliament ukuba siyabakhuthaza amapolisa ukuba makacime zonke ezintwana ezimoshana nempilo zabantu the ATM supports.
Al-Jamaa, the NCC, the PAC, UAT,
Thank you, Speaker. Court of Africa. Taba ena ya extortion ena e hodile. Ibile e kenelletse mo professional extortion. Ha se ka construction fela. E teng mona ho masepala mona. Di masepala tsa bo KZN bo Uthukula, City of Johannesburg le bo Ekurhuleni. Mo batho ba sokang ba patala ka mosebetsi wa khale o se ba o sebeditse. Hobane di officially di batla share ya tsona pele di patalo. Ntho ena tlamehile re kenelle deep ho yona ke ka ho re reng re supporta taba enana ya ad hoc committee hore e kenelle deep e understand this extortion thing le hore ke bo mang hantle ba benefitang ho yona. So really United African Transformation e bile re taba ya DA ya ho hana taba ena ke taba fela ya ho profile monno wa chairperson ba metse mohale. It has nothing to do with extortion. Hobane le ho bule taba e kgolokgolo. Batho bana ba batla ho nka Cape Town ba etse country ka bo yona. Ba e face ponisa sa yona. Jwale monno la sa profile tso hantle e tla ba yena commissioner. Jwale lona bana beso ba batho le shebisise hantle ntwena hobane beke pili ho taba ya extortion. Wo Minister Mtunula ema ka pila re nna sponisa ke kopane le ba Cape Town re a kopana re tlo sebedisana le sponsor sa Cape Town ya mathata kala mo jwale le shebisitse hantle bana beso mmuso se ka tsamaya khani mambo.
Is there a declaration from Good, the ANC?
No, thanks a lot, Chair. I think, Chair, the first point that we would like to make is that we do not disagree with those who are saying this was an important intervention. But as we indicated in the past sitting, the Minister has presented a statement to this Parliament in which he articulated the steps that they are taking as a Department of Police to deal with these challenges. And secondly, the Portfolio Committee, as was earlier indicated by the Chair of the Portfolio Committee, and I have an understanding that what he presented here is a view that has been agreed upon by all members of that Portfolio Committee. The work that has already been done, because the reason why at that time the matter had to be deferred for further consultation between and among political parties was precisely because there was a disagreement amongst us about the best place where this matter must be located. Our view as the ANC has always been that this is a new parliament which has just begun its work. The minister is a new minister in the department. There would be no reasons, in our own view, to take that work outside the Portfolio Committee of Police. There was a concern that part of the reasons and the argument that were being advanced was that if this matter is left with the Portfolio Committee, it will not receive the required and the necessary attention. But I think the evidence as presented by the Chair of the Portfolio Committee today suggests that that argument no longer holds. There is work that is happening in the Portfolio Committee, and it's our considered view that we should allow an opportunity for that work to run towards its own logical conclusion. particularly because, as the chair of a committee indicated, they will be ready to come back when we return from the Constituents Week to present a report. That will give an opportunity to Parliament to determine whether or not the Portfolio Committee is effectively handling this matter in a way that produces the desired outcome within a reasonable period of time. So it was on those bases then, and even today, that the ANC is of the strong view that the motion should not be supported and the matter must be left in the hands of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable members, I will now put the motion. Yes, Honorable Member.
Yes, Chair, I just want to put it on record that the EFF and the committee itself has never had a resolution that there must be a resolution of the committee that says that this matter of extortion will be resolved and will be handled at a portfolio committee level. There was never such a resolution from the committee.
Thank you for the information.
And the chairperson and other members of the committee must not mislead this House. Thanks,
Thank you. You must discuss that in the committee. Yes, Honorable Member, why do you want to be recognized? You've already made your input. You made your statement.
Chairperson, I want to make an occurrence on that we never agreed on.
Thank you very much. We are now at the point, Honorable Members, where I will put the motion of the Honorable Malema. Are there any objections to this motion? See the hand at the back of the Democratic Alliance.
House Chair, the DA objects.
The EFF.
Thank you, Chair. As our motion, we object and we are calling for a division.
Thank you. Honorable members of the division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Honorable member, the bells are now being rung. What is the matter?
Chair, the question you asked was whether there is an objection to the motion that has been tabled by Honorable
the motion from the ANC
Now
chair.
the chair of the EFF is saying they're objecting.
Yeah.
That motion of
we are misleading the
No,
House.
honorable members, I've called for the division. That is something the political parties must sort out internally. I'm not going to get involved in that. A division having been called, 5 minutes, then we vote. Honourable members, will you please take your allocated seats? Order, honourable members, please take up your allocated seats. We are now about to commence with the procedure. There seemed to have been some confusion amongst the parties as to what they're objecting against and what they're calling for a vote for. However, let me just go through it and say, may I hear from the House that those who are in favor of the resolution of the Honourable Malema being agreed to, say yes. Yes. Those against will say no. Okay, I think the noes have it, but to settle it, we will proceed with the division. Honourable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used. In order to establish a quorum, I request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber to take this decision. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of members here in the, present in the sitting and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. Do we have a quorum present? Having confirmed that we have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that the motion of the Honourable Mr. J.S. Malema
On a point of order.
be agreed to. Yes, Honourable Member?
These voting procedures are unconstitutional, and they undermine the responsibility of individual member of parliament. Yes. We are not here as a group from political parties. We are here in this house as members of parliament. Yes. And the Constitutional Court has made a ruling to that effect. So that which you are calling for now, that we must vote as a group because of amended rules which were applicable during the virtual time, is uncalled for now. The physical meeting means that the virtual rules do no longer apply. You should have made the means for us to be able to exercise our individual responsibilities as members of parliament. This undermines our constitutional obligation, and the court has expressed itself. Members must use their conscience to make their vote, not a party line.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I hear what the Honourable Members say, but I want to refer you, Honourable Members, to Rule 104 in the Rules of the National Assembly, and I want to read it. It says, under manual voting procedure, when no electronic voting system is in operation, a manual voting system may be used in accordance with a procedure predetermined by the Speaker and directives to be announced by the presiding officer. When members' votes have been counted, the presiding officer must immediately announce the result of the division. And if the manual voting procedure permits, members' names and votes must be printed in the minutes of proceeding. We also go further, as you are aware, that once we have called and parties have declared, the party whips have declared, we then ask if there are any member who do not vote according to the party line or the vote that was declared by the chief whip or whip of the party. And that is the procedure that we will be using. Honourable members, the question before the House is that the motion of Mr. J.S. Malema, the Honourable, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors will remain closed and members will not be allowed to enter until the voting is concluded. I will now call on the whips to confirm the number of members present in the chamber and indicate if the vote is for or against the question. Are the party whips ready to indicate the numbers of their members who are present and in which way they vote. The ANC.
Thank you, Chair. The ANC with 91 votes against the motion. Thank you.
The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. The DA with 58 members in the House votes against the motion. Thank you.
MK.
The MK Focus Party voting for a focus motion. We support the motion.
Their numbers. Order, honorable members. Your numbers, Honorable Chief Whip. Order, honorable members. Order.
This coalition must not make noise.
Order, honorable members.
Coalition must not make noise.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
Coalition.
We are busy in a voting session. Chief Whip, what is your number?
40 MK party members.
For or against?
For the motion.
For the motion.
Yeah.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. The EFF members that are in the House, it's 33, and we are voting for.
Thank you, Chief Whip. The IFP.
The IFP with 7 members present, we reject the motion.
Patriotic Alliance.
The Patriotic Alliance with 4 against the motion.
FF Plus.
FF plus 3 in the House, and we vote against the motion.
Action SA.
Action SA with 5 members, we vote for the motion.
ICDP.
2 members voting against. Thank you.
UDM. Rise Mzansi.
Rise 1 member against.
Bosa. ATM.
Manbulele mhlale ngaphambili. CATM ndimnye. Siyayisupport motion.
Al Jama. NCC. PAC. UAT.
UAT for the motion. Okay, I only came alone today.
No, order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. We know it's 1 member only. Good. Honorable members, is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently to their political party? Are there any member? None? Thank you very much. The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There are 80 members that voted in favor, 166 voted against. There's no abstentions, and the question is accordingly not agreed to. I request now the honorable members to stand and wait for the chairperson and the mace to leave the chamber. That concludes the business for the day, and the House is adjourned.